Yo,
Hello.
hey, what's going on?
What happened? Your live got cut off?
I moved from my phone to my iPad because my iPad got way more power. So, uh, okay. Uh, let's see. Why is that 4.5? That's ridiculous. Is that 12? Sorry, guys. I'm like hosting a call with Joe Lustica tonight, and I'm currently working on the course materials, putting together slides and stuff like that. But last night, if you guys heard, seven people in here. I was on the phone. What's up, Petey? I was on the phone with this dude till like 3 o'clock, and another dude called me. Um, I think one was dealing with child support, the other one was dealing with the defects trying to take their kids. It's crazy out in these streets, man. And I'm like, the family court is like, to me, the family court is like the most corrupt one out there.
Yeah, I just got out of that system with my oldest son and his mother. So I just kind of I didn't know anything about anything, right? My years going through it, 18 years. So it is what it is, and
Right.
hopefully his mom was using it for the right purposes, and that's all that I can think of. So I haven't, other than that, I didn't experience anything bad with other stories I've heard of. Thankfully, I haven't had to deal with anything like that. So,
Right. Your experience wasn't too bad, huh?
just paying the money, when I didn't have money, they wanted the money, or they're gonna do this to me, or they're gonna do that to me. So it is what it is.
And this is what I was telling the dude last night. I'm like, wait, I'm sorry, who are you? You know, this is what I'm thinking if I go into a family court. I'm like, who are you, dude? So you telling me since I went to this court and got a marriage license, gave you all the rights under the sun to tell me what to do with my children.
Yeah, I don't even know what to do about the marriage license yet. I've talked to my wife about that, like, openly. Like, it's weird to talk about. It really is, because we love each other. We don't want a divorce, but what we're not talking about, like, divorcing each other. We're talking about divorcing the state. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So, um,
Exactly.
got to get out of that contract, man. Got to reverse all those contracts.
I wonder if name claiming the name, because like claiming the name and like because they're literally administering your affairs, your estate, and all of that. What if you claim the name? Will that have any impact on the family court? Because I do believe it's a contract, though, right? Because when you sign
There's
that
so much
marriage
fraud in
license,
that. I mean, from what I know, it's for the main part a federal grant. So the mother or the father would get paid uh, based on whatever application there may have been, and they don't really need to tax, let's say, the other parent who is supposedly the one owing the debt. Um, but they do it anyway, and just like our credit cards and our bills, they double up on the payment. They
yeah,
make us pay, and then they collect on what the federal grant is. So it's a for-profit industry, dude. It's like it's crazy. There's so much fraud in it.
right, there is. Like, you've seen the things where they talk about how much money they get for each kid.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what they're supposed to be given to the mom or the dad, but they're taking it and then they're taxing the other parent because of whatever court orders in place, you
Uh,
know, by the fraudulent judges or administrators or agents of the court, enforcing an order that, for the most part, these are young individuals, right, that don't know any better. So they're just signing off on orders and just agreeing, saying, I understand, you know, totally taking advantage of people who are just ignorant, you know.
and that's exactly what they're doing. That's all that they're doing.
They've always been doing that. Absolutely.
I was just like telling this guy, I was like, okay, first thing I'm asking the judge is, am I your property?
Uh, I don't know.
Like,
You're
how,
not right, but
how else can he tell you what to do with your kids?
the kids, right? That scares me a lot because I haven't claimed everything yet. You know what I'm saying? I haven't straightened out the names and claimed the vessel, and I need to do that for my children. And making a public record, putting on a public record is a big deal. So even making a newspaper article today or tomorrow, hey, I want you to meet my children, blah, blah, blah. And you announce it. That's a public declaration. You have it in writing, it's recorded. And if you do it, in a publication that's, um, like a federal publication, perhaps, or something along those lines, like a governmental publication that's going to be recorded on the record, in the archives or something like that, then you're going to make that, claim to your property. And it sucks to even think about children as property, but they kind of are until until they're old enough. Then they kind of
Well,
claim
well,
themselves. They,
it's,
they,
it's,
they maintain their own age of majority at that point.
so what I've heard is that you don't call them your property. You call them your wards. Just same way the state is calling you the ward because you're the guardian over
Of
them.
the state, yeah, right.
And it's all in the words that you use and shit, man. It's crazy.
No, absolutely.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm having a situation where I had full custody of my son. I've been studying this claim the name. I've claimed my name, my son's name. I've done a FOIA to say that we're not citizens. I'm in the process of doing the FOIA to say that basically it's going to come back saying there's no executor of my estate as well as my son's estate, because my abusive ex, has custody of my son right now. He actually took him out of state, which is also a kidnapping thing. But I'm just trying to figure out how to execute that in court, like how to use my claim the name. I mean, I have the affidavit of truth that explains everything in the FOIA and my claim the name, but like, how do I go farther? And I know to like record it as property, like Red Pill Slave in here is saying a lot, and like I get what he's saying kind of. I've been told before to open a trust in my son's name, and that kind of makes my son an asset and I have control of that asset. And so they would essentially have to give me, it would become a breach of trust issue.
Yeah,
But I feel like that's a long way to get there and there might be an easier way.
yeah. This is why I don't want to get married or have kids.
I mean, we were never married,
Oh, okay. Well,
you know?
that's probably a good thing because I've
Yeah,
heard
he's
women.
horrible. We were never married. The
Well,
nurses
aside
told
from
me that I
that,
wasn't able.
sorry. Aside from that, it's like I've heard, right? But what I've been reading up on in the estate laws, like when the woman gets married, her estate goes under the husband. You know what I mean? And
Right.
there's got to be a way that you can divorce that, right? And then this is what you're doing when you divorce him without the state being involved. You know?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't speak on it really. I can't give you any advice. I apologize.
Yeah.
Wicked, you create a trust and you put your son in your trust. Trust makes
Yeah,
you
that's what I
executor.
was told by somebody else, and I'm in the process of creating my trust, but like, I mean, my son's getting hurt in the meantime. I'm really scared for my kid. I'm not able to like my I had sole custody for 7 years of my kid, and recently because I was arrested in another state, my ex took advantage of that. I've not been convicted of anything. He took advantage of that arrest and got an ex parte order to take my son away.
Well, I'd work on disqualifying a judge. Most of them aren't anyway. They're not true
Right.
judges. Although I can my paperwork and show the difference between a and a fake one. But I'd work on disqualification of all that nonsense and
Yeah.
basically go back to the beginning. In a child custody case, people always say don't go to court and yada yada. Well, you can disqualify and you can pull it out of court all you want, but what's going to then make the other parent cooperate, right?
Right.
If
He's been
someone won't
bringing me to court
cooperate,
this whole
is
time. He's just going to keep bringing me to court.
right. I know. I have one of those. Oh,
Yeah.
I know. 24 years. Sorry. 14 years.
Yeah,
So
we've
I
been in court for like 5 years now, and he's just trying to financially drain me, everything.
That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I've got
And it,
a ton of police reports, paperwork. I've got text messages of him telling me to like off myself, everything.
See, that's what I was talking about. I never had to deal with anything like that. Like, neither of us liked each other, but damn, I'm sorry that you had to deal with something like that. That blows.
And like, I don't believe in like the vaccines and all that stuff. I'm homeschooling my son, but I've kept his doctors, I've kept our homeschooling, all of that private. And my ex is trying to force me to show proof of all that in court. Um, which I was concerned that he was going to come find us at a doctor's or find us at one of the events that my son does, like a swimming class, and abuse us. So I've been trying to keep it private, and I've been telling the judge, like, listen, this is a domestic violence issue. He's trying to gain control of me using the legal system. And the judge is just not, hasn't been hearing it. And I don't want to hire another stupid attorney just to like have them drag out the case again while he's in custody. My son is in custody of our abuser.
yeah. Well, this to me, that's like someone had called me about this one of these stories like a long time ago, and she was telling me how the guy's abusive and he says this to me like family court when it comes down to these situations. It could be just a bunch of he said she say, right? And then the court knows that, and then they go in there and they capitalize off of it. Well, no, you did this and I did that. No, I did this, and then you did that, right? And the judges and the lawyers love that.
Right, because they make money off of it too.
Absolutely. And they'll keep it going as long, you said 5 years?
Yeah.
But it's going as long as as long as you'll keep going in there and arguing, they'll keep it going. You know what I mean? It's like, just like any other court case, you have the right to face your accuser, right? And the state shouldn't even be a part of that. I'm like just thinking about it from just a foundational level. You come to an agreement with your husband. No longer there's no controversy, right? I know it's easier said than done, right? You go through mediation, maybe, and just leave the courts out of it. You show up to court, you and him say, hey, look, we came to an agreement. There's no longer a controversy. We no longer need any of your help. You know what I mean? What could they say when both parties say that? The lawyers are going to try to talk you out of it. No, you can't do that because the law says and the law. You know what I mean? They got to keep it going. And as long as y'all are fighting, man, it's just going to keep going. And most of the time, people, when they call me about the family court stuff, they're focused on the fight. You know what I mean? And not the what's actually going on. And that's the court is capitalizing off of y'all fighting.
Yeah, I'm totally aware of it, but he's completely ignorant and he will never, ever try to learn it. Ever.
Like
Right.
maybe
And when you have a high conflict person, there is no reasoning. There just isn't. You can say all that. You can say, hey, they're making money off of us and our conflict. They are focused on the fight.
Right.
And they're high conflict, and everything in their life is high conflict. You will never get them to come down to a different, even playing field with you or anyone else for that matter. If you look at, I think it was like around 85, 87% of these family court cases, one of them, at minimum, one of them is high conflict. And that's why it's in the situation that it is. And all of your, I mean, he said, she said does work in a lot of these cases. I think it's the one who just, I don't know, basically runs their mouth the most. The one that has evidence. Sometimes there's no 100% on any of it across the board, right? So I would just, I don't know, if I was going through it again, like mine are grown. If I was going through it again, one, I wouldn't. But I definitely would have never forced dad to be a dad for the sake of the kids. But, and that's advice for anybody who's listening who might be thinking about it or starting to go through it or whatever. Just don't. If the other parent walked away, let them walk as far as they want to walk, number one. But going through it again, I would definitely make sure my ass landed in an Article 3 court. I would, all the evidence gathering more or less would be, on the judges, right? Like where they, holding them to the standard of which they need to be held in order to rule in cases, right? So I'd go back to Article 3 courts. I'd definitely force my situation into that because again, I know everybody says stay out of court, but again, when you're dealing with a high conflict person, you have no choice but to be in the arena, right?
And yeah, the court acts like the mediators, but they charge you out the ass to do it. Excuse my language. Sorry.
Right.
I mean, you said that you submitted some affidavits, of truth. He's got to rebut, and if he does it in a certain way, you got to stand on that, and
Well, it's an affidavit of truth that basically says it defines citizenship and all that about my assumed name. Like I did an ANC certificate through Minnesota, which is an assumed name certificate to basically subrogation to
oh, you hit mute.
all caps.
Oh, you hit mute.
Oh. All caps. Is it working now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I had a phone call coming in. So basically it's an affidavit of truth, and in that affidavit, it basically states that it defines citizenship and like it's showing my status essentially,
Well,
and it goes accompanying with my assumed name certificate. And
I think that's all well and good. I mean, an affidavit in the eyes of the law is a statement of truth. So
right.
sometimes when you say affidavit of truth, it's almost like you're saying truth of truth in a way.
Yeah.
But just stating you said you had a pretty serious statement about abuse or something along those lines. So even making statements like that where that person has to rebut that and prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that that's not true, you know.
Right.
So evidence, of course, is great to go along with that affidavit, but you know, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think declaring your status and your name is all well and good, but sometimes going actually going the legal route, you know, and playing in that ballpark, you know.
I know. I was trying to get over the legal route. I don't want to be in this crap anymore because he's just going to keep carrying this out. You know what I mean? So I was
You can
trying to,
write
like she
your
was
own
saying,
powerful
disqualify the
document.
judge and kind of go a different route to even get out of it, where you put your kid in a trust and you know, say that he's an asset and it's a breach of trust type of thing.
No,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
so. Hold on, I want to address. So, Nick, no, you can't jump straight into an Article 3 court. It's going to take a series of appeals and all of that. So there's that one.
Is he in here?
Yeah, Nick's in here.
All
Yeehaw.
right.
Yeehaw.
Hey,
I'm in Massachusetts. I don't think our probate, I heard that our courts have merged. So I even started looking up that to do a class action lawsuit and everything. But like, I'm trying to get my kid back before he's seriously harmed. Like, I'm honestly scared that he's going to kill him or something worse.
So have you filed anything within the courts that he's taken a child out of state?
That's
Or
what I'm
against any
working on
court
right
order?
now. Is this week I'm planned on going down to the police station to file kidnapping because he's out of state, because I brought it up in court in my last hearing a couple weeks ago, saying that, hey, he's in Connecticut, he's not in Massachusetts, what jurisdiction is this under? And the judge didn't seem too happy and told his lawyer that he needed to file a removal. And the only thing that I've gotten so far from his lawyer is just an amendment to a complaint saying that he lives only a couple
Hold on.
miles.
So the judge gave the other person's attorney legal advice?
Yep.
So why aren't you disqualifying conflict of interest,
get that.
practicing law from the
get
bench?
Right. See if you can get the transcript.
Yeah, why aren't you should be doing all that? The judge is giving legal advice to the legal representative of the other party.
Yeah, he told him that he
In
needed to
court?
file a removal because he removed him from state because of when I brought it up.
Right. So
And
that's
there's
when people need to be learning how to object and do judicial notices on these judges in those moments.
yeah, I'm terrible in person. Like, I'm learning to do this, like,
All right. You'll learn by the fire.
yeah.
Fire. That's it. There's no other way to learn it. I promise you. Ask anybody in here. You learn by the fire.
Yeah. And then we were assigned some kind of case manager, which was supposed to be like a mediation before the hearing. And that case manager, because she sent us some emails and she had asked the attorney, oh, am I missing such and such document for this case? And he's like, oh, yes, I must have forgot it. Let me get right on it. And 2 minutes later, it's emailed to me in my email. So I emailed her back and said, oh, well, am I missing any documents since you are giving out advice to the attorney that he's missing documents? And she said, no, I can't give you any legal advice. And I quoted, basically took a screenshot of where she gave him advice and told him he was missing that document. And I sent it back to her and said, oh, this is not giving him advice. And I said, if anything happens to my child, you are going to be personally responsible.
Be working possible on education, conflict of interest, yada yada. And be filing whatever else it is that you need to file that he took the child out of state.
Yeah.
Hey guys and girls, I gotta dip out. Good luck with everything, Wicked.
Thank you.
Sweetie, see you later.
Later, man. Yeah, I would get the what is it? The transcript if you don't have record of it.
Yeah, because he did an ex parte order, which means the other party's not involved in making that decision in court on me to take custody away. So I was going to get the transcript of that to see what was even said there, to allow that ex parte order to even go through. Because he's making all sorts of claims. He's been throwing spaghetti at the wall the whole time just to see what sticks, basically, like saying, oh, yeah, my son's not educated. He is. He's not even in first grade yet. And the amount of education I've given him is way more than any school he'll ever get.
Right.
You know, and he said that, oh, yeah, he's not been seen regularly by a doctor. That's because I don't allow you that information, because I don't need you coming to his doctors and beating us up or something.
Is the guy really that bad?
He broke into our house. He punched me in the stomach while I was pregnant with my child, threw my phone, so I wasn't able to call the cops. I had to run to the neighbors to call the cops. When the cops got there, they didn't even wait for him to leave. They left first. He broke into my house twice in the middle of the night while my kid was here to wake us up. He's called DCF on me because I wouldn't allow him to see my child after that situation. He's doing the legal abuse route. His lawyer even filed to try to get me to not be able to oppose anything that he brings up in court. The judge didn't allow it, but he sure tried to do that, saying that I can't rebut anything. Right now, he's doing parental alienation since he's gotten custody. I haven't been able to talk to my son probably twice in a month. I saw him once so far in a month. My son has been my best friend. We hang out together all the time. Like I said, I homeschool him. The only other people that I've ever watched my son are my parents. I had a restraining order on him and he violated it before the 10 days were even like when you file a restraining order, then you have 10 days and then you have to go to court to both sides hear why they need that restraining order. He violated it that day of court in the parking lot, slamming on my window. Like, he doesn't care about authority and he just wants control over me since I broke up with him. He's got a whole nother baby mom and everything. And he does not care. He just wants control over me. And he doesn't realize what this is doing to my kid. My kids, when I talk to him on the phone, he says, I just want to come home, Mom. I don't understand.
Oh, boy. We got to figure out, man. Like, I'm trying to see if I can invite people in who knows this family court stuff, because,
you know, I've thought about getting an advocate. I know there's Francesca Amato. She's punished for parenting here on TikTok. She's got a website. And then there's another one, Stop Court Fraud is another person here on TikTok I found that goes and does civil lawsuits against the judges and stuff. But I feel like a lawsuit's going to take some time, and I've seen too many things. I'm sorry. Where parents are losing their kids. Their kids are dying over this.
oh, man.
So I'm
All our
trying to
stories
not,
are the same.
huh?
All our stories are the same.
I
They're all
know.
the same. Every single one of them.
Like, how can I give birth to this child, breastfeed this child? I made his own baby food. And some judge who doesn't even know us can just say, yeah, you can go in your hands of your abuser. Here you go.
That's what I was telling the guy last night. It's like, who are you, right? How can you tell me what to do? It's like you're their slave. What gives them the power to do it? No one ever questions it.
I know. And I know all about this. I know about the straw man. I know about, I'm doing a trust right now with Truth Hurts here on TikTok. He's amazing. And I've went to Amir Law. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. He does all this stuff. I had two different consultations with people from Amir Law, and like financially I'm drained, and I'm trying to do everything I can to just save my kid. I lost my first kid. She was born 2 months early, and the doctors pulled her out with an emergency C-section and killed her. So this is the only kid I have. And I've got groups. I've done a bunch of different groups that are in like the straw man stuff and private citizen, and I'm learning as much as I can and printing ebooks and reading and learning about trust and subrogation and suretyship and all of that stuff and getting advice from this person and that person and like bouncing the advice off of everybody. And
Right.
right now, I think the best thing I've got, because I've finally got evidence in through my motions and my affidavits to show, all the police reports of his abuse and everything. And I redacted all of her information on his health records and sent in the health records to rebut that stuff. But he did remove him out of state. So I think my best route as far as getting him back as quick as possible is that removal and filing a police report and then filing with the court as far as the removal is concerned. And then probably after that, try to disqualify the judge.
Let's just get another judge, though, right?
That's what I'm saying. And he's going to do it. He's just going to keep bringing me back.
Is there federal courts that involve families courts?
No, I think you just appeal it from probate court, but that just gets you in front of another judge, which could be a good thing, but you need to get into a court of equity. There's a book called Suits and Chancery. And in equity is where like a lot of these you can win more or less in equity, but I don't know about in Massachusetts because I heard that the courts were like kind of merged together.
Well, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, even Nick put in the comments to why not go federal or something like that.
Right. Like it would have to be like a class action lawsuit. And that the person that I found on here that was doing that was Stop Court Fraud is her handle, I guess. And she's like, oh, send me $20 on Cash App for a template. And I sent her, the money or whatever. And she messaged me back saying, yeah, you're going to need more than just a template. Send me 500 and we'll go from there. And I'm just like, how do I know that you're not a scam? Do you know what I mean? Like I've been watching your videos and your information and I believe you because I've done my due diligence, but I don't have the funds to do that. I know how to try to write up my own documents and go from there, but like,
well, but if you probably wouldn't be good to, if did you get the stuff from him? Did you buy it?
The Stop Court Fraud?
Is that what she said, 500?
She said, yeah, send me 500 and we'll start there.
Ah, wow.
Right. Like I said, I already did a consultation with Amir Law, 2 of his different consultants, and they were $300 each. And one of them was over this custody case, and he talked about doing the trust and everything. But then I was like, all right, cool, I got this. I can set up a trust. And I started getting to the documents, and I got really overwhelmed setting up the trust. And I didn't record the phone call. I have a recorder now because obviously you learn by going through it, but I didn't record that phone call. And he talked really fast, but he was also only in the process of doing it for himself. He didn't know if it was actually going to work. I mean, the things that I've read, I get about trusts. And like I said, I have Truth Hurts, which is on here on TikTok. He's doing a trust for me and he's helping me as much as I can, or he can, but that shit takes time.
Yeah.
It'll stop in the long run, but I think that removal is what's going to get me in the kidnapping charges, is what's going to get me to get him back sooner, I'm hoping.
Yeah, that's the only thing. It's like there's a real party on the other side most of the time in the family courts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas like the criminal courts it's just the state over there. It's a piece of paper. But here's the thing. These family courts, they see that there's a controversy between you two, and then it doesn't seem like they ever try to end it or mediate it, or they might put on the display that they are, but it's just the state just comes in and capitalizes off of it. And so do the lawyers. I mean, like, do you get rid of the lawyers? And like the guy who I was speaking to last night, he was like, they won't even let me get rid of the lawyer.
I fired my lawyer, my original lawyer, because she was just dragging it out and not doing anything. She didn't even admit any of the evidence that I have against this guy. None of the police reports, none of that is in any of my court documents, because I had her send me all the documents and I went through it like a tooth and nail and comb, with one of my friends, and she didn't even submit any of that.
Wow.
She kept my son in our custody and got me child support, but that was the extent of it. But I fired her right before my trial, and I didn't know how to prep for a trial. And it gave my ex like weekend visits, like every other weekend visit. And I was like, oh, I guess I'll just accept my fate here, until he kept pushing. He wanted FaceTime phone calls during the week, during my parenting time, which it like impedes on my sense of safety. Like, I don't want you having a visual in on what I'm doing on my day to day, like to have a couple hour long FaceTime with my son and what's going on in my household. I don't want that for you. That's not okay. And now, because of everything, he's got full custody as of like a month ago.
Well, do you have any evidence that he's beaten on you?
I have tons of police reports saying that he did all that. Yeah.
Hmm.
And I've got it recently. I was able to get it admitted into the evidence. Initially, when this ex parte order and everything happened, I had done my motions because they gave me the order on a Saturday and I had court on Monday. So I had a girlfriend come over. We stayed up till 4 a.m. We never written up motions or anything in our life. So we did as best as we could. I mean, she's gone through court, so she kind of had an idea. And I've been in court for a while, so we kind of copied the formatting from what we've been sent and everything and looked up things. And so we did motions and affidavits and whatnot. I went to go file it into the clerk's office. The clerks wouldn't allow me to file it. And they omitted all of my evidence that's supposed to be in my affidavit. And they said, no, you need an evidentiary hearing, which is completely wrong. You need an affidavit and evidence in the affidavit to prove that what you're saying is true. And so it wasn't admitted the first time, but I recently wrote up new motions and everything that's admitted. And I did a motion to continuance, and my court date is at the end of April now, but I'm trying to get him back before that date. I'm really worried about his safety.
So there is process too when clerks refuse to take your paperwork. There's a whole process you can do on them with that. But
So like you said, you got you said you paid for 2 classes with somebody.
Yeah, Amir Law, AMRY. No, AMYR Law. He's on Instagram. I don't know if he's on TikTok here, but he basically preaches about equity, which is God's law.
Okay, absolutely.
Yep. And that's where you get into the appeals court and where equity pertains. I've had some other people like Truth Hurts kind of look over what his ebooks were and all that. And he's saying, yes, some of it works, but also some of it doesn't.
Yeah, because I'm like, first of all, like the way I see it, and this is just my opinion, I think the family courts is probably one of the most corrupt.
100%.
So they are making her case on the back end, just so you know. I'm sorry?
You said they are making what?
Money?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I just had one of mine pulled that I know for sure comes from the court case. So mine's started in 2010, and they trade them over and over and over. So the last report from 2017 to current is over 700 and some million. So there's another conflict of interest. That's what I did in my last case is I called out, I said, who has a financial interest in this case? I asked the judge specifically, do you have a financial interest in this case? I also said, you, in terms of the prosecuting attorney, the court, the county, the city, the city of, the state of, and the federal level. And anyway, my case got dismissed in that moment. But
This is a
So
family
there's that
court.
too, but there's all these processes that you can do, but none of those get your child back. They just get you either in a different venue or in front of another judge. So you need to be working multiple processes at one time right now is what you need to be doing. Um, uh, again, disqualification. I'd be submitting. So, okay, let me ask you this. So when they turned over custody to him, is there anything in the paperwork that states he can't remove the child or move the child out of state? Is there anything?
When he gave them custody, it's just a temporary order, which is good. But our initial order, like what happened at trial, says that he has to inform the other parent when he's taking the kid out of state 48 hours before, and that whole 9 yards.
Right, that's for vacation.
Right. I don't think the
That's
judge
not
knew.
moving them permanently, correct?
Right. There's no removal in our case whatsoever. He had never filed to remove my son out of state.
Right. So, but so the current order that is in place is only a temporary order.
Correct.
Well, then he can't make moves like that, Nick.
Right.
Mr. Attorney, Nick. You can't make moves like that. It's a temporary order. Yes, they do have to file to remove the child. Yes, they do.
Nick, even the judge, when I brought it up in court recently, because I was getting a motion to continue, I asked the judge to, obviously hear my motion first. And he's like, well, why do you need a motion? I said, well, because I need to get an attorney and I don't know what state I need to be looking in. Am I supposed to be looking in Connecticut? Am I supposed to be in Mass? Because my ex lives in Mass, or in Connecticut, I mean. But he only lives there with his new baby mom. He works in Mass. His entire family resides in the same city I do. Like, my son has only lived in Mass in the same city as his entire family and my entire family his whole life.
Yeah, Nick needs to stick to labor. Like, people are real sick of it. But anyway, so
And I can't
you
necessarily
need to be acting now, right? You need to be. I
right.
get it. I get you're in fucking freeze mode. I get it. Oh, I've been through everything that you're going through. Believe me, my children were removed too. And the thing is that they were literally at the end of the aging out process, right? And so it is what it is. But so I understand your panic and your frustration and your freeze mode and your heartbreak. I get every bit of it. But you still have time to fight. And the thing is you don't have time right now. And so you need to be acting. You need to file in the court immediately. I'm really tired right now, so my brain's not thinking of the proper.
From what I've looked up, I should be able to file some kind of emergency order. I mean, I have a consultation with an attorney tomorrow regarding this, and my main question to her was exactly what am I filing in court as far as the removal, and I think that I need to go at least file the police report that he removed him, for kidnapping, and I printed out all the, the laws and stuff about it from Massachusetts and Cornell Law Online and everything to show the police, because I know they're going to try to get me to run around, to at least have that on file.
Yeah. I'd work on disqualification of the judge, immediate removal from your case based on the conflict of interest, practicing law from the bench, giving advice to the other attorney, any proof of it that you have, you need to show that in your disqualification. Okay. And file for an emergency hearing that the child's been removed from the state, because they only give you so much time before they're like, Too fucking bad. You didn't act fast enough. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. Seen that one a million times. So that's where you need to go. That's what I would do. Um, um, yeah, and everything. I mean, you need to appeal everything.
Yeah,
If it,
everything his lawyer has sent me, any motions, any complaints or modifications for anything, I've been on top of in either striking it or appealing it or opposing it.
fuck these attorneys,
And
fuck them all.
I'm telling you right now, he's trying to bury me in paperwork. He's sent me like 8 of them in a week.
Because they're clowns, right?
Yeah.
Could they ever act professionally? No. I mean, if you ever listen to Derek, Derek was talking about sometime that some paperwork he had requested over and over and over and over again from some attorney. And what he did is he threw all that paperwork mixed in with a bunch of bullshit paperwork into a box. Nothing was like together. So they had to like siphon through hundreds and hundreds of papers to find the documentation they were looking for. I mean, they're fucking children, right? If they could ever conduct themselves professionally, that'd be one thing. But and then they flip flop with their information. Just like, I mean, look at Nick right here. He says, I'm generally trying to help. No, you're not, Nick, because earlier when I said I'd get the case moved to an Article 3 court, without first then saying the process of appeals, you said you can't do family court in appeals, or you can't do family court in an Article 3. Yes, the fuck you can. And then flip flops. It's almost like he's wearing a set of flip flops on 2 left feet, right? Like, and then he goes to the other extreme and says, "Oh yeah, you can put family court in a federal case. Get out of here. Go somewhere else. Go find your followers." But anyway, moving on. So
I think it's amazing how everybody knows Nick. Like everybody knows Nick.
Everybody knows. I don't know Nick. I guess I'm
he's
well
all
informed.
He's on like everybody's page.
right, just blah, just blah, just vomiting on everybody's shit.
Nick, you're a popular guy, man. You keep it up.
Not in a good way, right?
Exactly.
And here's the thing: is I've tried to be nice. Like I'm not rude to people. Anybody who comes onto my platform, they know. Like I'm not rude to people. There's just a point you get real sick of people's shit, right? You just get real sick of people's shit. And that's why I have basically stayed off of here for a while because even the people like running in our territory, you learn the scumbags in the same area, right? Like, oh, you preach to the same goal, and you're this and you're that, and then you just find out what scum they are. And I'm like, I'm at a point my mouth is about to run, so I just stay off. But don't come near me.
I don't want my life to get suspended again. So I'm trying to keep it.
Hey, I have never got anybody's life suspended, but if Tony comes up here, Tony's gotten me 2 violations so far.
Tony, is that another lawyer?
No, Chaplin Tony.
Oh.
He was in here earlier. I hope he's still here. He should come up. Come on, Tony. Get Chaplin up here. If you just scroll up a couple, you'll see him. And
Kat, I requested to follow you. Is it okay if I message you on any of this?
yeah, of course.
I appreciate it.
Tony.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
What I know.
Child, please mute. Good Lord. Thank you. Where did the lady go? Where did Wicked go?
Let's see if we get it back on.
Tony, how you doing? You feeling better?
Yeah, I'm feeling better. Just tired, really tired. A lot of this law thing has been getting me asleep. Sorry, you guys hear the noise? There's a weed whacker.
Oh, Bearded is another one. Bearded is another one that should come up.
Oh, Bearded, that's my boy right there.
All the family courts. I want to tell you that they're owned by CPS. Oh no, I'm sorry, not CPS. It's owned by Federal Maximus. Maximus, you look it up, it's an insurance company. And yet they are owned and they're run by HHS and Department of Education and also Health of Human Services. I've been studying this thing for the last 3 years. The reason why I became a court chaplain was because to go after them. So, Nick, I do respect where you stand, but the thing is this is a whole different ball game, okay? And I have CUSIP reports on marriage license and court cases that they're being traded and they are being owned by BlackRock and Vanguard portfolios. So if you're talking about equity, all right, if you're talking about about all the other procedures, you're within the system, and so I know you're trying to help, but all leads to Rome. So that's why Maximus. If you guys want to go look that up, go look up go look up what Maximus is, and that will let you know where it all states from. And those court cases, they're no joke. They trade for millions and millions upon millions, and they do not like you to bring it to federal court. So I brought two family courts to federal courts. I even have accusatory reports for those ones too as well. So it's a full forensic audit. So that's why it's very important that you got to know why these each of those kids, that where the kids reside here, where kids born here, such and such. But yes, um, a lot of people don't realize and understand the fact that the state, when you marry the state, when you marry your man or you have a child with a man, and you are not married, quote unquote, or you had your matrimony, right? Um, they trade you. You're married to the state too, so that's why your marriage license is very important. But if you weren't married to the man, you never had a marriage license, then you had a birth certificate, right, of the child. That's what you're married to the state too.
Right.
So that's why Maximus Insurance Company, they're ugly. They own CPS, they own Amber Alerts, they own the Walmarts, they own, when you go to Walmart, you see the signs, or you even have the IRS doing publications when they send home those 1096 and 1099s, right? They they give you the sheet and on the back. Have you seen this child? You go to Walmart, they give you notice that they've been not trafficking, but they've been not either kidnapping. They've been educating these kids to the point where they take the kids away. So it's one way where they give you notice, and everything's all on notice. Like I was listening to Honey the other day too. She's like, everything you see is notice. I'm like, yeah, that's right. Notice this, notice that. you know. So um, the Express Agency, also known as the Maximus. So you got to look at the insurance companies, folks. At the end of the day, it goes all the way back to insurance company. Rome is one of the most expensive insurance company you can think of. So that's why it's very detrimental that what we had to go through all these things. And Wicked, I'm very sorry that you had to go through a lot of things too. I believe Truth tried to get me in touch with you the other day, but I didn't. I was
Are
just
you
gonna say,
kidding me? This is the Tony that Truth has been trying to get me in touch with.
yeah,
Oh, Tony, I did message you on Telegram, so
yeah, I know. I have a lot of people messaging me. I've just been under the weather, if you haven't. Yeah, and I do apologize. Getting getting QSIP reports on your birth certificate, on your social security, on your court cases, and all that stuff. I'm studying so darn hard to get my Series 7, Series 10, Series 25, Series 67. I even read the whole darn thing, but the thing is this. I just need the damn machine. I can start printing these out, and you guys can just, take it all to the court cases. Your Honor, are you training me on the stock market here?
Wow.
Is this a securities fraud? I have over 1,000 QSIP reports, and I should tell you something. I've been studying this thing upside down because these QSIP reports have holding companies, right?
Hey, Tony, real
Um,
quick, I'm sorry. Difficult. We let Bearded in.
Oh,
bring Beard on, bring anybody on.
sorry. I thought I sent him one already. What's up, Bearded?
Hey,
How
buddy.
dare you abolish my invite?
I sent you. I like sent you the invite. All right.
No, what happened to Wicked?
I think every time I put somebody else on or somebody else joins, she gets kicked off. But I'll put her.
Oh, really? My bad. I can bump out.
No,
No,
she was
no,
already
no,
out.
no,
He
no.
can change. He can change it to the more
I've
people.
already re-invited her. Come on back, Wicked.
I don't even know what the rose like. I don't even know what half the stuff does on the live.
I still don't. I still don't. I just recently learned how to mute my mic the other day. So
TikTok, it gets deleted by me at least twice a year, just because I don't like it.
I'm with the.
Here, Nick, you want to see the QC reports? I'll show you.
Yeah, I'll show you some QSIP reports too.
Jesus,
Hold on. Let me show a couple.
you
As
guys
a
haven't
matter of
converted
fact.
Nick to the dark side yet.
No,
He's trying to keep
Nick
us.
still thinks the United States is not a corporation.
Hey, man, he's contracted. Let the man do his work.
Isn't that funny?
What is that? Like sleeping
I'm not trying to end Nick's job. I'm just trying to make sure I'm paid on the same level. Shit.
Right.
We're gonna fucking administrate. You better pay me, motherfuckers.
Right. Get ready to pay them taxes.
Okay.
And not just pay me, give me the same protections, you dirty bastards.
All right.
You know what? They don't want
Give
to
me
have
one
that
moment
conversation.
here.
I
One
love it.
second.
I love it. Spirited, I've missed you. It's been like a week and a half since I spoke with you.
Oh man, I've been so busy.
Everybody has.
Aren't we are?
That or we're all exhausted and wiped out.
Yeah, information overload.
Yeah.
For real.
I
All
don't
right,
think
Nick.
people realize, it's you're taking and you're doing an entire legal learning system. Then you're learning the banking system. You're learning another system. You're like, God damn, man, the way they protected this information, it's a shitload of information intake.
Yeah. And it's like you want to take the break, but then you can't because it's like, yeah, like this calling. I don't know.
That's weird. I can't even show my camera.
The only time I take breaks is when I'm doing more reading, more research, or I'm busy helping someone, or I don't know, squaring my own shit away.
Tony, if you
Is
can
there?
get hold of
I'm.
mine.
I came back.
Oh, here you
Tony,
go. I
is
see
there
it.
any way, Tony, that you can hit me up on Telegram? I understand that you're busy, and I was trying to get a hold of you. Something's happening with my Wi-Fi, and I have to leave the house, and so that's why I got disconnected. But I'd really love to talk to you further because I'm obviously in a situation.
No problem. I'll try to contact you right after. Okay.
I
Well,
appreciate
Nick,
you.
are you here? I guess he is. This is the QC report for a dear friend of mine who's going through a divorce. Okay. This is her marriage license. It's being traded by Fidelity Select Consumer Staple Portfolio for $1.5 billion. Okay. The Fidelity Select Consumer Staples Report seeks capital appreciation by investing in securities of companies principally engaged in the manufacture, sale, or distribution of food, beverage products, agricultural products, and products related to development of food technology. You might want to look up what food means or agricultural products. That's us. All right.
Hell no.
We are agriculture. We're food.
Yeah.
Go look
Hell
that
no.
up.
Wow.
This is the state court right here. California court, 22D right here. Fidelity Advisory Capital Development Fund, $3.5 billion. Okay. Fidelity Advisory Capital Fund is an open end fund, open end, unlimited credit incorporated in the USA. The fund's objective is to obtain capital growth, The funds invest primarily in common stock, domestic and foreign issuers, and in either growing. The kids are growing. The stocks of value and the stocks are both. And this is my recent one. My court case in the federal court that I was able to bring this bad boy to the federal court. Okay? And this one is 1 billion right here. Bard Strategic Municipal Bond Fund seeks a high level of current income that is exempt from federal income tax and is consistent with the preservation of capital by investing in municipal bonds. Hey, look at that. And debentures, right? The income from which is exempt from federal income tax, but not necessarily federal alternative minimum tax. The fund's benchmark is Bloomberg 1 through 10 municipal bond IND. Right there. You see, guys, that's the federal court case, and that's her name, right? And then that's her name in the state court. So when I sent this to federal, man, they shut the hell up.
Yep.
Right now, I'm just waiting. Right
Let me
there.
backpack you. Anytime you're dealing with a security, what is it, Nick? It's automatically a federal court case.
And this one, same thing. This is a state court case right here. And then that is your marriage license that is also being traded. That's where they hold your kids. And this is what they hold your kids in. When you get married to two people. The woman gets the man that goes to work 9 to 5 right out there. And then they also marry the state, which is called the benefits. They marry the benefits.
So
So this is
I'm wondering, have you like, because I'm wondering if this, like, because let me just say it, like, I don't want to get suspended on live. Is this information that could, like, suspend my life?
no.
I'm
I've been
keeping
doing it
shut
for
up on other things. That won't.
yeah.
You what?
What he's saying won't. But if
For
him or I go a
educational
little bit
purposes
deeper,
only.
maybe.
It
Right.
won't.
I don't know. We're gonna start talking 10K,
No,
8K forms.
I would love to keep it up. Maybe like, I
We'll
would love.
go over to my live and we'll do it. We do it on mine all the time.
Oh, you
You
Yeah.
want
do?
to hide
As
as
long
a
as you
charity?
do it,
Get an
if
8K
someone else
form.
has done it, then we can keep doing it. Like, I just don't know, you know?
Yeah, out of respect for you, Mr. Difficult, but yeah, you guys just
No, I
saw.
mean, as long as it won't get me suspended, I'm like, let's please keep going,
Just
looking
keep
at it.
using this is an opinion, or I don't know how they
It's for entertainment purposes
educational
only.
purposes.
So
Keep flashing that on the screen or something.
Exactly.
Just say hypothetically.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, a lot of these people hide from you guys, but you can go hunt them down, even if they are a charity. Charity likes to hide their securities, but they can't hide from an 8K form, and you can go look those up.
the
Hmm.
prospectus. Yeah, they hide in the prospectus, and later on when you go find you try to find the banking law, the BSA, which is the what's it called, the Banking Secrecy Act. The court is in there. They have a medallion stamp in there. You guys know what that is. They even have all the dirty little secrets that that they trying to trade us off on the stock market, live stock market. And so that's why each and every single of these securities, right? And
Hey,
after obtaining
Chaplin.
these,
Chaplin, I have a
yes.
question. How are you finding your Q-sips? Where are you getting those from? I mean,
Oh,
I
I
know where
work.
to get them, but how do you
Wait to
figure
ask
out?
that question, like,
Oh, we did. Sorry, I
Thank
just got here.
Oh, hey,
because
Lay.
it said, okay, hold on.
Hi.
Right. Go ahead, sorry.
I get mine. I work directly with Wes, and I don't order one or two. I order a batch at a time, and a batch costs an arm and a leg. So that man gets me whatever I need because I've been ordering for him since the last 3 years, and I get him, and he's a third party. So sorry, this is weed whacking in my backyard. Um, Forgive me. Yeah, the QC report comes from him. So when you get the QC report, right, you gotta have to know what you're ordering because you can order a bunch of load of stuff because the QC reports it deals with back end central banking. Now this is where they control all the courts. The Federal Reserve controls all of the banks, all of the court structures in there. That's why they have a CAFR number. That's why they have all these little small things in the back end. Man, I don't order 1 or 2 QC reports. Good luck. That will take you 2, 3, 4 weeks just to get one, or even never. But if you can, props to you. But you need to order what's most importantly off from the QSIP is your ISIN number, the Instrument Security Identification Number. That's what your money's worth, right? But the thing is, they trade it so fast. Like within 3 months, they would sell the security just like that to another portfolio.
See, that's why I tell people to hunt down the 8K, 10K forms. Because, yeah, I may not be able to track the original note to what they created, but I can just prove that they're just trading securities in general and switch it up.
Yeah, they have. Let me show you guys something else, which is really neat.
Yeah.
But let's see here. And if you don't handle your securities correctly, right, you're gonna have to get it to a monetizer. A monetizer is a person that will not work with anyone. They normally have a special set of securities that they will go and they'll ask you like over 50 questions. If you don't know what the heck, if you get one wrong, good luck. You gotta have to go to your back office and you have to go through your terminals. You have to go through, like Bank of America, you have to go to Merrill Lynch. You got to go to Morgan Stanley. You have to go through all these back end office to able to lodge these securities. But the thing is this, that's a lot of central banking you got to understand, right?
No control. Did you see what no control asked? If we are traded on the stock market, I want to buy some shares. What do you think your bills are every month?
No, but
Well, the thing is,
you guys have to go back. He said, or she, I don't know, said, "How do I buy some shares of Mr. Difficult?"
Oh, shit. I was going to say, you're already a shareholder.
damn.
And then they said, "If we are traded on the stock market, I want to buy some shares." Well,
He's
I would
already a
guess I would ask
shareholder.
Mr. Difficult, "Is your soul for sale?"
Not my soul, but apparently my shares are.
He's already being traded too. You're going to have to get in line.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys have to get all your things. You gotta get your passport. You guys gotta get your birth certificate. You guys gotta get your number on the back, everything. But there's only one thing that you guys can't obtain is the amount on the dollar. There's no trading of it's like a CPN number, right? So the numbers on your dollar bills is actually connected to the silver. But the QSIT report is what truly is where the money is. And right now, you gotta have to know when to be able to harvest. You gotta harvest harvest your field. All the grains. Right, it's time for harvesting. Season of harvesting. It comes in 3 months at a time. So that's why what I wanted to show you guys is what these it's under, right? If you don't know how to handle these securities, right, it'll be under Title 18, Title 18, subsection 472 and 475. 472 is um, uttering counterfeit obligation of security. You guys can't just take these and well, yeah, it's my money, right? But under 475, right, you can't. Or was it under 472? It says whoever with intent to defraud passes, utters, publish, or sells, or attempts to pass, utter, publish, or sell, or with the like intent bringing the United States into the United States, or keeps in possession or conceals any falsely made, forged, counterfeit, or alter obligation or security of the United States shall be fined no more than 20 years or both. Yeah, this is for the freaking judges, okay? Ain't no mistaken, because that's why they run like hell when you show these securities. Hey, Your Honor, are you playing stock market? Prosecutor, are you playing stock market too? You asked him 3 times. I'm like, what the heck are you doing? There's a emergency notice of securities fraud. I'm going to bring in the CID for this matter because you know why? The CID is the left hand of the Treasury, Criminal Investigation Division. Then you got OFAC on the right side. OFAC and Vincent, the dead center. Vincent actually works with OFAC and CID, right, to go and after these matters. Then you got 475, right? which is imitating obligation of security advertisements. Whoever designs, engraves, prints, makes, or executes, or utters, issues, distributes, circulates, or uses any business or professional card, notice, placard, circular handbill, or advertise in likeness or similitude of any obligation of security of the United States issued under authorized by the Act of Congress, which is also known as public law, or writes, prints, or otherwise impresses upon or attaches to any such instrument, obligation, or security, or any coin of the United States, any business or professional card, notice, or advertisement, or any notice or advertisement whatsoever shall be filed under this title. Nothing in this section applies to evidence of postage payment approved by the United States Postal Service. It gets controlled by the post office, folks. So that's why these
Ahead of
securities,
judges and stuff.
And it has to be controlled by the post office. All these people sending you anything, soliciting the creation of a security through mail that isn't registered mail. Registered mail, not certified mail. Registered mail, it's illegal. Completely illegal. Attorney sends you a bill in the mail, illegal. See ya.
Wow.
it's the actually Nobel L. It's actually the other Postmaster General.
Securities must be sent through registered mail.
Yeah, all securities do, and the securities within those too. You have to know how to use your what's it called, the firm book.
Oh, God, thank God you brought that up.
You don't know how to use your firm book? Oh my lord!
Yeah, that's the record of everything. Anything, anybody who's touched it.
So in one registered mail, you can have as many registered securities. One registered mail could have more registered securities in there. You can have at least 15, 20, 30 securities in there, right? You send it to who do you send it to DC. That's the headquarters of where your security has to get taken care of. If you want to, not New York City. New York City is a whole different banking ball game. But I got my postmaster, right? The other postmaster. Postmaster has one word. Let me see. Let's see here. Let me cover up some stuff before I even share it. Yeah.
We
Postmaster's
had
my
somebody
insurance.
talking about being the postmaster yesterday, and he went into great detail about that. That shit was tight.
I printed off one of the Q-sips. I found a bunch of Q-sips on my Fidelity, and I printed it off. And the next time that I was at Bank of America, I took it in there, and I asked her. I said, have you ever seen one of these? And she said, yeah, because she said something about a Q-sip one time that I was with her, and she said, yeah, and I pointed to it, and it was like $35 million, and she goes, I said, well, what are these for? And she said, to buy or sell. And then I pointed to the like 35 million or whatever, and she goes, oh, that's not yours. And I said, ma'am, I can't sell something that's not mine. And it was like dead silence. Like something was clicking in her head. I don't know, but
Yeah, she is correct. You can't sell those.
If
All
anyone goes
court
to,
cases are
that's what
are placed on bonds in the Fidelity website. I looked up all my court cases in my entire record, and they showed up as bonds. I forget what time.
if you guys
But
want to
yeah,
find, I mean, I see a lot of people trying to do negotiable instruments, but a lot of this comes down to you guys have to find the trustee. You got to find the bank. All right. So you go to sec.report. If you go to sec.report, you're going to see 3 search bars. Look up company, look up ticker, look up SIC. And you can look up the company, find the up-to-date company filings for their S8 or their 10K and 8K forms, and on the 10K and 8K filings, you'll find the trustee that you need to be speaking to. Because you'll see a signature on those 10K and 8K forms, you'll see a -S-. What does that mean? Signed by a living person.
and what was that website?
It's SEC.report.
Report.
It's the
Thank you.
SecEdger filing tracker.
Thank
yeah,
you.
securities
Oscar.
Edger file.
So you guys noticed this little guy, right? Well, this is for your envelope. This is for your securities. These are the firm books. You see, that's my regular one, and those are all my securities. That's all my securities. It's coming back to the firm book, and it was stamped with the $1. Canceled. Affixed. Affixed stamp. Same thing over here. I had mine what? Adult signature restricted delivery, insured mail. Because how many securities? There's 16, right? That's $16. Then you had registered mail, signature confirmation, and signature confirmation restricted delivery. Those were the green cards. So
That's crazy.
yeah, look at that. That's how many securities that you can have in one envelope.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was just messing around on the Treasury Direct site when I went into the search bar, the toolbar, and I searched up every case number that I've ever had in my entire record because I ended up getting my record during some case that I'm dealing with. And every case that I've ever had since I was a teenager came up with some kind of bond, and all my old ones were up to $15,000 or higher, and then the most recent one was up to 10.
I apologize, Nick. Those Keisha reports aren't fake. If they're fake, then why would there be series? You don't understand what series are. Series 10, Series 7, Series 25, Series 67, Series 63. You got to know all those series, buddy, before you even say a thing. Yeah, this
I
is
wouldn't
where I
even
do
respond to
apologize.
him. He's just trying to cause discord. That's all. He's a lawyer. He wants
Nick
to
can only see
create
the
conflict.
public side of the book, so that's why he's misinformed. That's why he doesn't know anything.
Yeah, so whatever he
He's
says.
in his little bubble. He doesn't want to venture to the other bubble because if he ventures to the other bubble, it threatens his career.
Yeah, if it threatens his career, then you can go after his indemnified bond for spreading misinformation, and then I can go after his entire thing. You don't want me doing that because as a court chaplain, we are also we're also chaplain judicators or judicial chaplains. You go look that up, what the hell that is. Because what we can do is we can actually take the judge out if we wanted to, but under moral obligations, we don't want to destroy their livelihood. So
No.
so at the exact same time, yes, you have to understand what the heck you're talking about. And I know a lot of attorneys, and they spit in front of my feet too, and they're like, I've been doing this for 48 years. That's a DA who told me that. I'm like, well, sir, you might have done it for 48 years. That's minus. I'm terrible with my math, but 16 years before I was even born. So, yeah, sir. Why would I even have to bring up the CID? Well, I called CID and they have nothing of you whatsoever. I'm like, of course, I work with internal affairs. Can you find me in there? He was trying to milk as much as information as possible. Like, do you have a license or anything to prove? Like, sir, I don't operate in the system. I operate outside the system. You ever heard of Office of Persons or Office of Human Capital? Okay, all right. You ever heard of the OFAC? And I went really serious on him. You heard of OFAC? You heard of Vincent? And he just went dead quiet. I said DA stands for the what's it called? The district attorney? No, it's the Department of Accounting. So yeah, you guys handle all the court cases, and the court case matters. They control every damn court cases out there. Everyone. So yeah, I'm kind of a little bit sick, and I'm getting out of being sick. I hate being sick because you know why? It prevents me of doing some other things. So yes, all those securities that you guys just saw right there, right? Those are going to be for what? All the QC reports are going to be sent out to the CID, right? And then it's going to be sent to the CID. Guess what? Like what Honey said the other day. I like what she said. The IRS has a statute of limitation. They only have enough funding to go find money before they need to go suck more red juice from us people, Gatorade I call it, right? And so yes, you gotta have to know and understand where these securities are. Well, folks, why the heck is that red? It's where your money is. And so these securities, right? You got to have to understand where we belong. And so that's why not a lot of people really understand how these stamp works. You have to do a full global settlement, but before a full global settlement, you need a injunctive relief. And injunctive relief, you don't need a judge to sign off on it. You need the clerk to sign off on it. If the clerk doesn't sign off on that thing to get it granted, you can't collect on any of the money. Everyone's missing that point.
Clerk, teller, always mixing those things up.
Because as a court chaplain, we're also clerics. Without clerics, there'll be no clerks. Without bears, what do you call it, judicial chaplains or canon lawyers, there will be no lawyers, no barristers, no attorneys or to twist and turn your words and all this stuff. Your loyalty is to the court, but our devotion of duty is to the people. So
I mean,
that's why.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Go
off.
ahead,
It
go ahead,
makes
Grady.
sense
Go ahead.
when I cut you off again. Go.
No, I'm done.
It makes what he's telling you makes sense when you actually dive into it, because you'll hear him say, "Oh, the attorney's duty is to the court," but then you have to think everyone is an attorney, everyone is a banker. Yet these are all third-party solicitations. So if you decide to be an attorney, who's your duty to? The fucking court, because you're there to do business.
Right.
Of course, their duties to the court. They're there to keep business moving. Regulatory laws.
The chancellors. That's why the king's right hand man, right? Can somebody tell me what a tribunal is? Right? A tribunal is you. You are the king. You are the chief. And what is minute order, right? This is where a lot of people get confused, is that there's no such thing as a minute order. It's called a minute order. It's an order that is notes taken by the clerk of the court. And there's a difference between a fiat versus a fiat. A fiat is what we have in our hands, not a fiat. You gotta have to break down those words, man. And I sat here, I'm like, what the heck is a minute order? There's no such thing as a minute order. It's called a minute order. Don't blame me for English. I flunked English 2 years.
I actually failed English. It's funny.
But yes, going back to talking about the QC reports and the reports itself, it's so sad. It's so sad to see all these things. You guys could get your credit repair and all that stuff done, but do you guys know how to, you guys have to go to a liquidator. You guys have to find a personal banker. You guys have to find a financial, a financial advisor is different from a personal banker versus from a liquidator. A liquidator is the guy that gets us the cash, right? So that's why a lot of people don't really understand. And you have to be very, very careful on, like what are you talking about, right? I'm not talking about anything. and what are you discussing about? Oh, okay, now we're talking, right? So if you're talking about something, there's nothing to talk about. But when you want to discuss about something, we have plenty of things to discuss about. Two different realms.
How do you feel about the underwriter?
Oh, is there the underwriter? Yeah. There's a master underwriter, and then there's a comptroller. Ever heard of a comptroller?
Oh
The
yeah,
last thing we heard about the comptroller is the comptroller of the currency. He controls the fiat. And a comptroller of the currency. I happen to be a QC comptroller or controller. I don't want to be a controller. I want to be a comptroller because
yeah,
I want to comp. I don't want to con people. I want to comp them for their troubles.
yeah.
Hey, can you
Actually,
comp me? Yeah, all that stuff.
actually, I was trying to make a video about in New York State to file a claim for injuries. It goes right to the controller. It says, and I'll post it in a little bit. New York State Comptroller Scott M. Stringer, and it goes to the order of the office of the New York City Comptroller, and they got his address for personal injury claim forms. That's what you got to go through. People think that you'll go through other destinations. But like you said, the controller is the one you got to hit up for personal claims. If you violate it by any ways, your due process not followed. Like I was watching, you ever watched the movie Red 2 with Bruce Willis? He was in prison or he was in jail, and a fake lawyer came that was actually assassinated by the CIA, came in there and said, "Hey, I'm here to see my client. He's an American citizen, and he was violated his due process, and I'm here to
Yeah,
get him out of there." I was
yeah,
like, "Wow."
yeah. I think I remember hearing about that when I was younger. They said that my mom had to go through a whole process to change things back to what it was. When my brother was 8,
Moon, nobody
they
can
did
hear
a
you.
paternity test with my father, who's on his
Moon,
birth certificate. And when it came back that he wasn't him,
Moon.
Hey, Moon, find a quiet place, man, because we can't hear you. There's a lot of background noise there, buddy. I have a question. Like, what is the what is the firm book? Because I've heard it a lot about it, but I still don't know what the firm book is.
The firm book is that book where you go to the post office is asking instead of that little form that I just showed you, the
Got
3806 registered mail receipt, that's for your envelope. The firm book is for your registered securities inside your envelope, if that helps.
right. Okay, gotcha. Find a quiet place, Moon.
Sorry, there's a weed whacker out here, and he's cutting all the weed in the back. I do apologize.
I can't hear that, Tony, on your
We
end.
can't even hear that, buddy. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. I shut all the windows. The window to your soul, right? The window is actually the ears, not the eyes. The eyes is the gateway to your soul. So that's why you have to understand. Um, you have to understand. Sometimes we have to see with our ears, right, and speak with our eyes. And a lot of times people, take a second and go, oh, okay, cool. It confuses them. So yes, at the end of the day, where they hid all the money, folks, is in your birth certificate. Okay, it's in your birth certificate. And to get out of court cases and to get out of things, right, you got to register these securities, and you have to send it registered mail to CID Kentucky, to the post office. I think there's a link. You can guys can type it in. IRS CID Kentucky. What Kentucky? Why? Wiki was on here earlier, and she was saying that her court cases were in Boston, Massachusetts. Massachusetts is not a republic. It's not a republic state. It's a what was it? It's a Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's one of the first 13 colonies, right? Commonwealth of Maryland, Commonwealth of Virginia, Commonwealth. Those guys, whew, man, you gotta have to notice why Ohio is one of the most powerful states. California, we're about to lose our crap over here, but Ohio, he who controls the federal, you have to understand all the federal banks. They are upon something. They are their land. Their building is located there. They just don't build a let's just build a federal building here and call it quits. No, they build it upon the land of minerals. What mineral do they have rights over? Is it oil? Is it gold? Is it silver? You gotta look at where the historic place is, right? Yeah, it is. The bluegrass. Hey, Ampu, how's it going? Okay, bring Ampu up here. He's good. Um,
Yeah,
the
he's
blue.
up there. Might as well grab him. Everybody's awake.
Everyone's awake. I guess I think when you crawl out of bed, right? Well, bed, all these words they all matter. Like king. When I found out what the word king meant, man, it just resonated so hard with all of us because at the end of the day, um, we gotta have to really understand or understand, right, our ways of life. But when it comes to banking, it is killing these court cases. You just got to register it, and you just got to have to go whistleblow it with the. You want to call it whistleblower? Or I go tattletale. I love the tattletale because
Yeah.
why? Big brother doesn't. Hey, big bro, what's up, Scram? Little rat. What do you want? Well, you want to be a rat, or do you want to be You never want to be a rat. You just want to go. Look, I lost my food, and I meant to give you some, but your younger brother over there took it, and he never told you about it. Oh, who? You have proof? Here you go. And the big bro's gonna go after the little bros because why? The big bro was the one who protects the bank. It's supposed to go after the citizens, right? And so that's why all these federal banks, they are on upon lands. The Federal Bank of Cleveland, Ohio, is on oil and rubber. They control all of the other federal reserves, except for New York. New York has gold. Apparently, the New York one controls the one in Philippines and controls the one in San Juan, Puerto Rico, right? And then London City and Vatican too. That's what their connections are because it's connected to the Cathedral of St. Patrick Cathedral. But Ohio controls all the other Federal Reserves in the United States. But all
Well,
the ones in the all the Federal Reserve banks are controlled by the railroads, which is owned by the post office. The post office controls and owns the public laws. It controls the Congress. It controls everybody.
Now you guys got
And
to
the
start
real
using these words.
they that might have a point to why the president always try to get Ohio and Florida. They say once they get those two states, that claims the presidency or the Oval Office. When a person get Ohio and Florida, nobody never really asked why are those two states. If any president grabs those two states, it's over.
it is. And
And
Iowa.
yeah, yeah, and that's why they start off the caucus in Iowa,
Here, let
Utah.
me tell you guys a secret. Have you guys ever seen any Chinese car ever made into the United States? I'm not being racist here.
A what? Any what?
Any Chinese branded car?
What you mean?
Like and BYD or Nio, all these Chinese electric cars, like you've been seeing it on TikTok. This car right here is taking over the whole market, where I've not seen one in the United States.
Oh yeah, yeah. I ain't
It's
seen no either.
because Ohio controls the rubber industry. They control all the airplanes. Let me ask you this, Mr. Difficult. What's the most important part on the airplane?
That box. Oh my bad.
Wheels?
Wow, the wheels, shit.
No, that black
Yeah,
box, man.
everyone keeps on saying the cabin and all that stuff. It's the freaking thing that we're about to land.
The pilot, maybe? Pilots are pretty important.
No.
No, that
The
black
pilots.
box. The
I'm
black
just throwing
box.
that out
The
there.
black box is what tells everything.
Yeah.
If
Right?
anything ever happens to that plane, what they do? They don't go look in the sky or go look at any radar. They go grab that black box to go
It's the
look at
landing gear.
everything.
The landing gear is the absolute most important part. Not the box, not the pilots, not anything. It's the landing gear. Without the landing gear, we can't build a damn plane.
Well, you can land it without the landing gear. That's already been done.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those videos.
hey, hey, that movie Denzel Washington starred in when he
Oh,
had
okay.
to he they didn't have any landing gear, but he had to land it somehow.
All right, folks. All right, we're going to flip the plane now. Okay, give me
Yeah, I
some
know.
vodkas
Hey,
in there. We're screwed.
hey, people live that, so they know. They know.
No,
Chappie was bringing up a really good point earlier, though. He's talking about responsibilities and duties, but also who you're talking to. Like, until you decide to put on that hat that says I'm going to operate as agent of or etc.,
Mhm.
you're acting as a living man. All right, you're operating out of your home office. You gotta, if you're not operating for an entity as a job, all right, Why are you going and talking to other entities? You guys should be going right to other living humans. And if you dive into these reports, the SEC filings, you're going to find on their filing reports that people are signing as other living people. You want to go deal with those motherfuckers. You're in the living, go deal with another living person. And what you're going to find when you deal with that other living person is his signature is right under the Security Exchange Act of 1934. It says, I will uphold this. If they don't uphold that, do you go and operate as to correct things? No, you go tell the people who are supposed to correct it to correct it.
I got a question real quick. Sorry to interrupt. On COLBs. Certificate of live birth, if people aren't correct or understanding on that. What is that number on the bottom of the certificate of live birth?
What state are you talking about?
I'm in Colorado.
Colorado should be following the part of California. And that number on the bottom, it's just an indicator. Was it how many numbers?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's nine digits, just like
Yeah.
yours.
Does it have zeros in front?
1 0.
Okay, so that number is nothing. It's the number at the top right, top left corner. So the numbers on the top left corner of your certificate of live birth, the first three digit, right? The first three digit is the routing number of the country of the state that you're in. So I'm in 104, which is California. What's yours? What's Colorado's?
It's 105. It's right after California.
Aha! So yes, that's the routing
So,
number, and
so
and the number in the middle, right there, right, right comes after that is
here's
your
year.
date of birth,
Yeah, the year of birth.
and then and then your other six digit number that comes right after that. What is it?
Uh, it looks like it would be a date, but I'm not sure.
It's the time that you were born.
Oh,
Interesting.
nice. Wow,
Well,
that's
no,
crazy.
because I was born at 501, and the other numbers aren't correlating with that.
It's the number that when the umbilical cord was cut.
Oh, so it's the number of when it was typed.
Ah, now you're getting the picture, my
That
friend.
makes sense. That makes sense. So have you read the bottom of it before? Because it comes with.
Oh, I dissect the whole damn thing, man.
So it says this is a true certification of name and facts as recorded in the office. Do not accept unless prepared on security paper with engraved border displaying the state seal and signature of the registrar. Penalty by law, section 25 to 118, which is I believe my state law. And then it says 1982. If the person alters, uses, attempts, or furnishes another for deceptive use any vital statistics record not valid if photocopied. So this tells you right here that this is
Security.
a security, but it's also a certification of name and facts. Wouldn't that be the same as a name decree?
Pretty much. What you want to do is you take that to the private side of your banking. What bank are you bank with?
I have a credit union.
Credit union. Does the credit? Okay. Do you have a FDIC instead of an NCUA?
I'd have to look.
Like Wells Fargo is a FDIC bank, and their private side is their private side is Henry Wells, right?
Yeah.
Or Merrill Lynch is to Bank of America. Why
Okay.
I keep on saying the private side is you take your certificate of live birth and you go over to that bank, right? But I recommend everyone here to go open up a Comerica if they can. Comerica has a 50-year contract with the Treasury Department and OFAC and all those good guys in there. That's why they have a debit card. It's called the Express card, right? And on those Express debit card, they have something called an open end line of credit, which is access to your birth certificate. And a lot of people that
Interesting.
works for the Treasury Department does not, a lot of them were born here, not born outside the country, and so they're considered as
Foreign agents.
international. So that's why a lot of them that works for the Treasury Department they operate on the passport cards. They don't use a driver's license. They use a former post office GSA form. I forgot what form is it, 1176. And that form is your permit to travel, right?
Mm.
Uh, yeah, so that's why when you get your passport card, you show that to you show that to everybody. But before you go and drive out you go out and start driving or traveling or commercing or whatever it is or carrier, you want to send a notice to the commissioner of that state. Yes, commissioner. Why the commissioner? Because the commissioner is making commissions off of everyone traveling, commercing, and
Yeah,
doing
for
work
the
on the
tickets
freeway.
and stuff that they issue, the commissioner makes the profit off of it.
Exactly, So
So would it be better to authenticate my live birth or
no
first,
need. There's
or
no need to authenticate. There's no need to do any of that matter. The only reason why they authenticate is to make sure the fact that they know that you are following the system.
so it would be necessary to do it so they know that I'm following the system, but I don't have to.
You don't have to. You don't want to follow anyone's system. You want to follow your system. You just go, this is my birth. This is who I am right here. And that's why when you go into court, right, you have your passport. Your passport is connected to your certificate of live birth. And your passport card, right, is a passport bank book and also a passport card. Is the passport card book. You swipe that card, you scan that card at some of your post office, it gets access to your bank.
Interesting. So now that I have
Yeah.
my certificate of live birth, because this is what's been holding me off on some of my process, I've already filed a UCC one. Um,
You might
but
want to stop using the UCC one because UCC one is privateer. You're going to get yourself into racketeering. Not good. Not good. Um,
okay.
what you really want to do is because you people have to understand what UCC is. It's it's the enemy's weapons.
Yeah, the
It's
commercial
created
code.
by privateers. Privateers are also known as legalese and legis. They're also known as what the legislative department, who is controlled by the secretary of who's run by the secretary of the state, right? So you want to be very careful with that process. If you're very confident about UCC one, by all means, I'm not trying to condemn you, but or saying anything matter, but you just have to know what tools we want to use our own tools against them, not their tools against ourselves. So
Yeah.
that's why it's very important. You don't have to authenticate and do all the stuff such, but if your process is going to help you get to your saying such, by all means, you have your own free range of doing things. But how I would do it is I will lodge it, right? You have to voltize it, lodge it, and then you gotta have to forge it, right? Not forging the signature, you're forging it into a plated. And where's that plate is gonna locate? It's gonna locate into the die. The die then and places it into the post office mailbox. So the mailbox, each of those mailbox at the post office, not the postal service, acts as your office of such and such. That's where you want to put your certificate of live birth at.
Okay. Is there a proper way to do all that?
Well, there's no proper ways of how to handle that, but the first thing is you have each and every single one of us. Sorry, I'm just hearing some noise. That's all.
And
Um,
who?
oh, yeah, thank you, Emperor. Yeah, what we really want to do is we want to take these and we want to place it into a vault. Each and every single one of those mailboxes is a vault, okay? And that mailbox you have at the post office is always open during lobby hours, right? Lobby hours is open 365 days a year or 366 days, 8 days a week, 25 hours in a day. So you want to place it secure. You want to place it all into that mailbox. The mailbox is your trust and bank and office. That's why the postmaster there, right? What you want to do is you want to place all that certificate of live birth and everything in there, and then once it's been in there, you got the highest level of authentication and certification. That little red stamp, right? Which I'm gonna get soon. How cool is that? Dun, 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 dun. To cancel out your to cancel out those global stamps, right? You have to at least have a global stamp on the back side of your certificate of live birth. And then from that point, you have it, sign off and stamp it, and then you now are placed on the highest level. It should be on a bonding paper. You can print out your own thing for crying out loud, but you got to know the contracts. Which federal company is contracted? That's why all my printers are Canon. I can't have HP. My scanner is a Canon. My color printer is a Canon, right? I have a Canon Pixma, right? A portable battery powered one that I got to have to bring it with me everywhere because it has the contract with the Treasury Department. And the Canon ones, they're the ones that are Canon, the Canon cameras, the Canon, yeah, they have a contract with VeriSichex. See, I use the VeriSichex one to print out my certificate of live birth or, any of that stuff so that if I want to send it in and go, here you go, verify, bro. Because now you're talking about the originality of the little small things of how things are being placed. So you got to have to understand what type of bond paper. Are you using a 32 or 28 or a 24 karat? Oh wait, did I say that out loud? Carat gold or is it bonded? The size thickness of those bonded paper is equivalent to the size of the thickness of your gold. You guys know that?
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I've heard about that, about the bond paper being similar to your gold. So if it's thicker than what you usually get, then it's worth more basically.
The thicker it is, the lower the number goes. So 24 karat, that's the one that people would normally know about on your jewelry and such, right? So
Yeah.
what about for the higher the number goes, like 32? That for us on the bonded paper, it goes thicker, and the printer can't even print anymore. It would probably damage your printer. But what about for gold? The higher the number goes, it becomes more liquefied. That's why plasma is a cover-up word, is a taxable event word that they own, but it's actually called gold liquid. We have gold liquid in mankind, not humankind. The gold liquid in us is actually 32 karat.
Assets get liquidated too.
Now you guys start to understand. So the thing is the gold, right? Who's the postmaster general that somebody was talking about the other day? Tony the Tiger, the other Tony.
Yeah,
That a great
Tony
guy.
Tiger. He was talking about being postmaster, not postmaster general, but he was talking about being the postmaster.
Who is the current postmaster right now? Russell J. Gold.
Yeah, he would be the general, and yeah, I get what you're saying. His last name's Gold. That's funny.
Gold and
So
AU. Come on now.
They put it in your face to show you, but
Gold though, it's like it's like GOULD.
Gold. Yeah, you're talking about gold, guys.
we would have to go with grammar with all that, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
What is
he
grammar?
pronounce it gold, but it could probably be misconstrued as gold.
Right, exactly.
Correct. So gold is the element of surprise, right? Just kidding. The element, one of it is AU, right? AU, autograph, automobile, autobiography, autonomous, automation, right? Those are all good words. God wants us to do all that automatically so that we can go out of the ice walls and we can go help the world. But no, man decided to be greed and they tried to enslave all of us. So that's why we're not humans. We are mankind.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to separate myself from all the statutes and stuff because I'm dealing.
You've already been separated, my friend. You have your passport.
I haven't got that yet.
Oh, you haven't got your passport. Yeah, you can correct the passport. I got mine. Once you get your passport, it says right there on the first page, citizen/national. That's why a lot of people don't really understand between sovereign and sovereign citizen. That is the oxymoron phase. You're a sovereign citizen. I'm like, sir, that's an oxymoron statement.
Yeah, don't get too tied up, man. Because there is like if you follow Anpu at all,
I'm a big. I operate like Ampu. I make a home office. Everything's paperwork. Every motherfucking thing is paperwork. But you can operate without any of this too if you're knowledgeable enough. You can just start doing everything. That's literally it. They get you all stuck. It's a 3-part process. They get you stuck in theory, and we can analyze theory on this for fucking years.
Right.
What
So
you
what I'm
want is
trying to do is I'm
application.
trying not to get stuck in
Yeah,
analyst
stop
paralysis. That's what I'm trying
analyzing
to do.
everything. Start applying. That's the only way you're going to learn. I used to tell guys in combat all the time. I'd have guys, where do you start learning? You start learning when you start getting shot at. All right. Same thing. Start doing the application so you can get
So
results.
that's also why I did the UCC one, was to kind of just get myself started and putting things into implementation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The only reason I steer people away from that, if you want to do UCC ones, that's fine, but know who you are, what you're doing, what's on the other end. You understand all the portions of the UCC one, just not where it's going. Like you have to understand, okay, it's going to end on this end, and what are their duties on this end? And if
Well,
they don't do those
it's
duties,
for me to
who's
operate in
responsible?
commerce, correct?
Say again.
It's for me to operate in commerce.
Yeah, I didn't even catch the first part of that.
I said it's supposed to be for me to operate in commerce, correct?
Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
when you have to, there it is, right there. You said it. All right, for you to operate in commerce, whose rules are you following?
I have to follow their rules.
Their rules. All right, so you can get tied up in their rules. That's the agreement. You're like, oh, I'm going to use their shit.
I see.
Now I'm
I
going to
see.
have to follow their rules, and they could hit me with what? Liability.
Yeah.
That's what we're
You're
all being
liable for
smacked
something.
around with right now is liability.
Yeah, that's what it all ends up being. Like, oh, well, if you're saying, I think Mr. Difficult has this video where some person did the A for V, accepted for value or whatever on a court case, and he pled guilty to the facts. So they told him, well, if you plead guilty to the facts, you did our job for you, for us, and you're going to be held liable.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these people, you'll see them going into court. I think it's crazy going into courts, and then they're trying to argue. They want them to state that it's commerce on the record, but if you look right above the fucking head, it says state up. Like, of course it's commerce. That's the only thing they can be doing.
So there was my situation is there's a alleged victim crime who he's just pandering, he's lying on in court for the whole thing, but it's not that they did two different cases. They did a civil case which has already been resolved and done with, but then the state picked up the case and took it in. So now I'm fighting the state because they're trying to hold me liable to the statutes that they say I broke.
So go back to foundations on everything. You can void everything from foundation.
So that's where my thing is I'm just trying to find the concise steps to put me in the spot, because what I don't want to do is I don't want to do a certain process or something, and then they'll say, well, when the alleged crime was committed, you weren't separated or whatever, so you're still liable.
To make everything much easier, folks, ever heard of a poor man's waiver or a poor man's process?
Yeah.
What is it?
I've heard of the term. I've never heard of like what it is.
Okay, everyone, if you have the moment, just write this down. Get a It sounds like cooking. I'm terrible at cooking, so if anybody ever asks me to cook, I'm gonna be a terrible cooker. So that's why if I ever find a wife, she's gonna have to first teach me how to cook. Okay, the first thing you need to get is 4 pounds of. Just kidding. You want to get a brown envelope, a yellow manila envelope. All right. You always want to get $1, the $1 silver dollar, or not silver dollar. 1 second here. My headphones. Un momento, por favor. I'll be right back.
A minute.
Hey,
Okay,
Chaplin,
I'm back.
isn't it also called like the popper or something like that?
A form papyrus, you mean?
Oh, yeah.
You can call that, sure, but I just call it the poor man's fee waiver or the poor man's process. Elvis mentioned it a couple times, right? And I've been doing it for my sake for so many years because I'm going to turn that into the liquidator one of these days.
So
So
a manila envelope.
yeah, here, go ahead and mute yourself very quick.
quick.
I'm just hearing your feedback on here. Okay, so you
All right.
have the brown envelope, a manila envelope, and you have your securities, your securities such as your certificate of live birth, your title, your car, anything that is MSO, MCO, all the anything, and you just put it into the envelope, right? And you want to send it to your own self. But before doing so, you want to always put a global stamp on the bottom, back right bottom of your thing. Let me see if I can demonstrate for you guys. I'm a type of person that needs to show and tell. Man, where's all my
Set a
stamps?
global stamp on the bottom back right.
Yes. Let me see if I can. Dang it, I use them all. Okay. Or a $1 stamp is fine, but you want the word global on there for global settlement. Yeah, so let me see if I got mine. Here, let's just say I'm pull out a check because checks are securities too. And I'm gonna try to show you guys. I didn't realize I was gonna instruct the class today, not teach. I'm not teaching, guys. This is for entertainment purposes only. You guys can do it around and draw if you like. Okay,
Educational and
Talking, we're discussing.
let's see here. I have my purple pen, and then I need my here. Let me do.
We call
Okay.
it sticker story time.
Oh, sticker story time.
Sticker story time.
So I got my purple pen, my blue pen. Hey, I got my Chaplin flags. I'll probably send it to you guys once you guys get established with the Chaplin Bank.
Oh,
Yep.
cute. I went to a Christian school. We used to have those.
Right? These are
Mm-hmm.
actually Christian flags.
Uh-huh.
They're the most powerful flags with the white spear. I need a silver spear. Man, I lost all my stuff. And then I started my own colors too. The different colors, the different deprivation of colors. Let me open
You
up
look
the.
pretty organized.
Not really. So when you want to write things, you want to do calligraphy. When I'm writing to people, da 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 da. Let's see. Gold. I got gold. Where's my silver? Silver.
Hey, Bearded, if you're still on here, I text or I messaged you. Take a look when you get a chance, please.
I'll look at it. Yeah.
Thank
Although
you.
So
I still owe Cat things. I'm slacking. Sorry, Cat.
Yeah, don't
so
Well, you told me that.
for his ass. You'll probably
Yeah.
be well in your grave and reincarnated by the time
No
he
shit.
responds.
hold
I'm
on.
doing my
Let me
mom's house
see.
right now. I'm just slammed. Oh.
Okay, so imagine you guys have the. Oh yeah, I got 25 cents for them. You can do that. It's called additional ounce. So on any of your documents, you can, as a postmaster, you can always top right. You're always going to be right here, okay? You, and you're the royalty in purple. Let me use this one. That's poisonous purple. So it's always going to be you, and then this is going to be them when you're always addressing. But so imagine this is the birth certificate or the certificate of live birth. You're always noticing because remember they cannot ever be on the same line. They always have to be. They always have to be down down a space, right? Because that's for you. You're always at the top left. Then on the right side, because remember, you're the judge in this whole matter of this document. So when you sign things, you never want to do it here, ever, because it's in an alignment. They
Okay,
never teach you this stuff.
I thought the creditor goes on the right hand side. Creditor.
No, 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 never.
Oh
Creditor's never
God.
on the right hand side. I don't know where you got that information from. This is your flag. Each of the stamps is considered a flag. It's considered a UPU security. Okay, nobody knows about that.
Tony's on the money right now. You all need to be taking notes.
So what you want to do is you always want to place it right underneath. Remember when we go to school, we always want to put our name, teacher, class, school pictures, whatever it is. And when you have the flag there, you always want to do 45-degree bottom left upright. So you can do it like this because you're now going to do in gold, sorry. Because you're writing it in the ink is always going to be in purple. But when the matter of the documents, right? 45. Or you try to get it on there. I'm trying to get a laser machine, and for me, I always put FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. And on this side, I always put in good faith. In good faith. So all my pens are from Japan, actually. So that's why you notice Japan, why US took over Japan. And down here, you never want to be in alignment. You always want to be in alignment with the you as the king, right? But on the private side, you're the king. On the private side, on the private side, you are the king. But on the public side, you're the prince. So you have to be in alignment with capturing the flag. So these securities, these stamps, so-called securities, they gotta have to go right here, right? But this is for a poor man's process. Okay, the reason why I do a poor man's process because you can do whatever color you want, true, but you gotta have to try to use this for yourself. You have to try to practice at least, guys. I know colors don't matter, but do it at least once, or watch the movie. Do it at least once so that you never want to do it again. Then when you want to sign, right? Always center. Always center. Now on the back, this is the civil. Remember, this is civil. Civility. This is criminal. So you always want to place. Man, I am spending so much money on this live. It's ridiculous.
Okay, what'd you say? The back is civil?
The front is civil, always civility. So when people are facing you, right? When people are facing you, you're seeing you, but you got no eyes on the back of your head. So you have whatever it takes to shoot me in the back, right? The front side is always going to be in gold. This is when you establish yourself. Now on the back side, let's see. You can do it. Yeah, you can do it this way. Just imagine this is silver. Here you go. Here's silver. So you got the 45-degree. You got cross and X, right? And part of the process, it's not a process. It's your whole entire thing. And once you do that, you get this bad boy. Depending on where the security is, right? You want to capture the flag. Let's put it here. I always put it right here. Then you take it and you put it inside of one of these bad boys right here. You got this, or you can do a standing order. You got a standing order, or you got a message. So that's why for mine, special post office of C.Chaplin, P.O. Box, ding, and then that's the only bracket I have. It's 0, 100. I don't do 99998. If you do all zeros, then you are a university. So any envelopes that has this, you're good. Now any envelopes that opens sideways like the post office does, don't ever use. Bear. This is a poor man's copy right here. You put it in. Just remember that number, right? You apologize. So you get it right here. You put the stamp right here. You put it right here, and before you send it off, you just tell the postmaster, "Yo, postmaster." You'll get a red circle. Where's my red stamp? Hey, here you go. You get this bad boy. Cancel it out. Right there. Cancel out right here. Cancel out right here. Because he's a witness. Then you take all that. But before you do that, I scan the whole entire document, right? And I sign, I seal it, I put it in here, I registered it. So now on the outside is this number. That's your envelope. So you gotta have to have the 38, the 3806 for this on the outside. Need that for the firm book from the 3877. So once you put it in here, you go doo, 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 doo. Now this is very important. Ever heard of what's it called? Garfield and Simon Garfunkel? Oh my, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Good old boys drinking whiskey and rye, singing "This Would Be the Day That I Die." God, the was it God the Holy Ghost? They mentioned the mention inside that song, right? Um, God the what's it called? God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. God the Holy Ghost, not the Spirit. Hey, I'm not joking right now. Those three gum documents, there's gum paper. Where did my gum paper go? Dang it. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. And now singing. Let's see. Why is it? I do apologize, folks. I don't have everything. Next time, I'll probably give it proper. Don't ever go to American Idol. Sorry.
Hey, this is good. This is good.
So you once you place it on here, the gum document, right? Then they're gonna be stamping, like make sure the postmaster has it all stamped. So once you seal it, it's a brown paper. How many of you guys live in California? Any of you guys? Well, in California is the only state so far, I believe, that charges for plastic paper, plastic bags for what, 10 cents for a bag. But you ask for brown paper, right? A brown bag. A brown bag has a lot of significance because it came from the earth. Plastic was man-made. That's why we don't ever use plastic. That's why this is all from earth. The paper is from earth, right? Ether. If Sean was here, he would call it ether. So once it's all done, you want to send it to yourself.
Hey, at the Walmart in New York, they charge a nickel for the paper bags and got rid of the plastic bags.
Okay,
You got
I'll
rid
pay
of
for that.
plastic in
I'll pay for
Colorado
that.
too.
Man,
Like,
I'll pay for that.
like even the Dollar Trees and the Family Dollars, they got rid of the plastics and they trying to charge for the paper. So
Because
Same in
why?
Colorado.
you can bring in your own bag at Walmart or wherever you're gonna shop at, and just use your own paper bag. I mean, use your own bag, like our parents used to do when they used to have the old bags, and they used to carry them in the carts that they used to wheel way back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. That's how they making it now. They done got rid of plastic bags in New York. And it's funny that you using this the red register um, thing from the post office, because as a Moorish American, we use private plates. And our private plates, we have a one that goes on the back with the private and our number on there, with the case law from Murdoch versus Pennsylvania. But then we have a smaller version that goes into the front where their DMV registration sticker and inspection sticker goes. We have that red one, the red sticker that you got, and we put it on the back as a register. So while you were doing that, I was laughing, and I'm trying to look for a duplicate to show how we did it, but I can't find it. But that's how we do our private and keep our vehicles in a private. Now, if they want to violate that, then they violate it, and then we get them at the end.
it's automobile versus vehicle, right?
Yep.
So you see, it started with light. Light came from forged. Light, you better look that word up. I'm not going to tell you guys this because it took me forever just to learn that. This right here cost me 100,000 pages of books, pages to read to find out what the word like mean. Then you got forged, right, with the D, is because it's dominated. Then plates, then die, then dicastery. That's why the words, they dumbed it down to department. It was forged, it
Interesting.
was like to plates, to die, dicastery, departments. Let's see here. Post office box, never P.O. box, okay? Never P.O. box, folks. They always catch you there. And always use just use the regular zip code. That's mine. And then for this one, just follow the 4-digit number that where you're living at. Okay, don't use the 999998. That's the post office unless you're the postmaster. Right here, okay, because why? It's aligned with the your postage. You got to pay the queen. Oh, I'm sorry, I used the wrong ink. I got rid of all my. I got my black sharpie.
So since she's dead now, you still got to do that,
Oh no, no, I'm just telling you. This is what postage is.
because you said
Yes.
you got to pay the queen since she's gone. What now?
Yeah, she's
Oh,
dead and so is the king.
the king is the king is in play right now, folks. That's why you're playing chess.
Oh well, he about to get checkmated.
Exactly.
Oh
Because
no, 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 no. We already checkmated him.
oh
You
okay,
just gotta know how to checkmate. Let me
yeah,
ask you all this, folks. What is the most important piece on the chess?
the queen,
Queen.
because she can move. She's mobile throughout the board.
Wrong. It's the pawn.
How?
Valid.
Because the pawn is the first piece to move, not the queen. The queen is the king is the most powerful one. The queen is the most volatile one. It's your pawns. You gotta know how to push your pawns. If you can't move your pawn, your queen's dead.
That's why you litigate in steps. You defeat
That's
lines of defense.
that's
The pawn
almost like
also turns
saying,
into another player too once it reaches the edge of the board.
yeah, it can be, but how many times do that pawn reaches the back of the battlefield of the opponent?
Depends
If
on the
you don't know,
strategy of
if
the
you don't know,
player.
if you don't know how to push your pawns, your queen is dead. Your king is dead. That's
Exactly.
how.
Depends on the strategy of the player.
Yeah,
So
you'll
Picking up W's
sacrifice
on
a
the board.
pawn before you'll sacrifice anything else. The
if you,
pawn to me is like the militia in the Revolutionary War.
but we don't have enforcement now. We are the pawns.
Well, yeah, you got that right.
You got to go jump all the pieces. And each piece you jump, you're picking up liability. They're picking up liability, and you're collecting damages. Jump one piece, cha-ching. Jump the next piece, cha-ching. Jump the next piece, cha-ching.
You never,
How it
you
works.
never want, you never want to word, you never want to use this word at all. Okay, folks. From. Never put the word from. Never put the word to. Never use colons. Ever. Okay? Please don't ever use those. That's why they throw you under the maritime jurisdiction. Who's it coming from?
What's the significance behind that? You have to explain that to a lot of people. Well,
Maritime jurisdiction. They always want to know who's it coming from. They're assuming. Assumption. Like you go into court. Remember, this is the court. This is the court. We're playing a game right now, chess.
yeah,
And it's on, this is called a court.
yeah,
It's up.
four sides. Yep.
Yep. My favorite. I never liked football until I was in high school, and I almost got my I got my collarbone broken. And a famous man you probably all know, his name is Vince Lombardi. It's all talk except between the lines, son. So this is the line, right? This is called the N, right? N.
Yep.
And then on the inside is called the envelope. You guys never heard of that? Envelope.
This is all breaking down in etymology, basically.
And envelope. It's actually on this side. My bad. So on the outside of that, right? That's called an envelope. You never want to put from because they're assuming that you are from the corporation of the United States of America citizen. Versus to. What's to? What's the semicolon? They what do you call it? They indoctrinated you to write these things. No, it's to put
I never
let,
put from or to. I never used from.
good.
I'm thinking about that. I'm saying I never put from or to. I just put the name and the address to where it got to go and let it be that.
So, Mr. Difficult,
Mm-hmm.
what's your last? What's your dream? What's your favorite last name? Mine's Batman, right? What's yours?
You're my favorite. Difficult.
Oh, do you have a? Okay, let's call you Minister, right? You're not Mister. You're Minister. That's why it's called MN, not MR. Never use MR. It's MN. Minister. You're the head of your estate. You're head of your office. So it's the Minister of and for house. Yeah, I'm so sorry, folks. Of and for the house of and for of is what? Private. For is public. House of difficult. Dang. Or difficulty. My bad. Difficult. My bad. Oh yeah, difficulty. Minister of and for the house of difficulty. If you're just a minister of the house, of the house of difficulty, you're always working in your private capacity. If you're of and for, you're for the public side too. You are an advocate. You are helping the general public, right? So that's why. And then what do? Care of.
Mm-hmm.
Care of. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever road or whatever street. Um, difficult town, a difficult city.
That sounded funny. Difficult city almost sounded like Emerald City.
Yeah, no man's land, right? And then you have to no man's land's what? Let's say, what state are you from? Not your question.
Georgia.
Georgia. Okay, so Georgia, right? You spell Georgia. It doesn't matter. It's all caps. So no man's land, Georgia, right? And then you always put bracket. I think area code is like what? I'm just gonna make it up. 20000 dash. When you go to zip code, you look up the four, right? It could be 1234. That zip code is your routing number for the
Oh, that makes
USPS.
sense.
And this is how the IRS CID find you if you don't have. Okay, where does a guy live? What's his EIN number? Well, let's search. Just use his zip code. All right, let's use his zip code and knock the crap out of him. So you go to all the court. Christopher, if you want to read more about this stuff, my friend, you got to read the Post Manual 1953, I believe. It's all in there. Okay. The zip code, right, is controlled by the United States Postal Service. They control who? The IRS, not the Internal Revenue, the Department of Internal Revenue. That's the different one. Department. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just writing too much crap on here. I'm gonna make a better one for you guys. Well, once you put it on red, right? It means, and you send it to yourself. So you have to have a appeal. You have to have a post office box. Send it from there, and then you register restricted. Remember, register restricted. Don't send it registered mail. Register restricted so that you can obtain auto the autograph, gold to graph. Where's the other paper? Here you go. Auto mobile, also known as horse power. Your horse, right? Your auto AU equals gold. So it's gold to mobile. It's
That's on the
gold
periodic table too. That's crazy.
to graph. When you're graphing, that's why pencils are your what's pencils? Pencils is actually your attorney. You make mistakes. You're writing out stuff and then you erase it, and then you will have to. But the graph, once it's in ink, you can't get it off. It's there for done. Why am I doing it in red? Land. Now, if I were to do it in blue, red here, blue here, oh, land to water, or you're bringing the water to land. But then you have your let's say you got your 1, 2, and 3. What does that represent? These are the gum. They have gum tape. Why the gum tape? It has water. You have to. Ah, dang it. Where's my thing?
Just when you think you got it all, you find something else that you got to like spend hours and hours on.
You want to spend time with your lady friend? No way. What does Tony do? He breaks down everything. So not this tape. This is not liquid. This is stick. It's plastic. You can't. So when they go, sorry, for register mail, if they do it incorrectly, right? Like a lot of people, they keep on putting tape on here versus gum tape. That's now null and void. But if it's gum tape, you guys know what gum tape is, correct? Right? It's the where did I put it? Sorry, folks. 1 second.
Yeah,
Can
I've
you guys
heard
hear me?
that you have to do on the private side, it would be brown envelopes and also brown tape. Is that correct?
Brown. It's called gum tape. Why is it called gum tape? Because it has a mixture of liquid water. You can't use tape. Ah, dang it! When the time that I need it the most is not here. The next thing when I don't need it, it pops out of nowhere. I'm so sorry, folks. Just give me 1 minute, okay? Hmm. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Oh, duh. That's what happens when you're sick so much in bed. You're like, can't do anything. I found it. Okay, got it. So you guys see this? Now this is gum tape. You have to use liquid, right? You have to roll it over a sponge, sponge, liquidate it. You liquidate it, right? This is a security. Ding, 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 ding. That's why I'm about to get one of these bad boys very soon. Santana, USPS California 92799, and then someday what's it called? Santa Ana PD and C. That's their own, jurisdiction. That's why when I put my name up here, right, and then to here to paying the queen, this I have such a great relationship with him. I can put this on the inside of here now. I don't have to expose this anymore. So then we had some tea time together. So I poured tea for him for 3 cents for his time for dun, 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 right? And guess what? When I cancel out all the stamps, that's a $28.75 stamp right there. That's a $2. So I added every jurisdictional stamp denomination, right? And when I place this bad boy, it has all the colors. That's why it's in Tennessee. What is it called? It's called the Great Smoke Mountains. Now the registered mail has gone up to $31 and 25 cents, I believe. But that bad boy is in line with my chaplaincy, right? So then this is called a poor man moon. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So this is how you do it. This is everything that I have all my securities in, right? That was sent to myself. And once you have that, you place a big, what do you call it? A big amount for anyone to come open that thing. So that's why when people try to come evict you or anything like that, dum, 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 this is the sheriff's department. Hello, are you the sheriff deputy or the deputy sheriff? We're the deputy. We're the sheriff. We're the deputy sheriff. Okay, how many are you? There's three of us. Then talk to each other. Because why? They don't have any contracts with you, but a sheriff deputy does. Until you get me the sheriff himself, I'm not gonna talk to anyone. Okay? So
I've heard that video.
one, yeah,
So that
1, 2, 3. The gum tape represents Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. HG. And when you put the three tapes right there, right, and then you get it stamped like this. That's authenticated apostille. What's it got? It's apostille. It's certified. It's everything, guys. That little dinky, whatever it is, when you cancel it out, it has all of it. So I don't know why you guys are using UCC, anyways. This is the highest level. So, hey, deputy sheriff, what? You see that mailbox? I don't see no mailbox. Correct, because you took it off. You don't want zip codes. They are connected and contracted with you through that mailbox. Remove that mailbox, they can't evict you. So only people that can really remove that is you or the postal inspectors. Go get me the postal inspectors, and then we can talk. Man,
So my
after
question
me,
is, my question is what if you live in like an apartment for people that like live in apartments? If you have a PO box, does that negate that? Like,
you have a post office box. It negates everything wherever you live. Now,
Okay,
do you
so
live on the second floor or the first floor?
first.
Ah, even better because you're grounded.
Ah, grounded. I like that.
Hey, you're grounded. Go to your room. Hey, actually, our parents are pretty good about that.
Yeah, but
So
the
that gum,
significance of being grounded though is just like great. Like
so that
Because you're on the
gum,
if you
floor.
understand.
Yes, yes, Lay.
so the gum tape is actually almost, if I had to picture it, it would be like a temporary tattoo that you have to put water on it to affix it to something.
Yes,
Okay.
that is affixing. Yeah, now you know it's not placing, not stamping. It's affixing. These are called affixing. These are all. So when you send this to yourself, you just put it away, right? You make two sets of those, and you send to yourself. You give one. Look, Deputy Sheriff, what is it? Because they're all policy enforcers. They are agents of the court. I have a security in here. You want to open it? It's gonna cost you $50 million. Go take it to your boss, and then we can talk about me opening up the door. I leave a Bible out there with it too. So you send this to yourself, you put it away, right? And then you have another one for public eyes. Or you can make a photocopy of what you put in there and you give it to the judge. Give it to the DA who is about to evict me because the DA has a final seal. He has a fake seal. He has a black and white seal. That's why you can never get into your child custody court cases or your any other records. Look at Governor Newsom, man. He tried to cover up his own court case with PG&E, which a lot of you didn't know. PG&E caused a wildfire and it killed 4 people. God rest their souls. And one of them was an 8-year-old child. When I hear about children, it weakens my heart. And that's why I'm after. I'm sorry, Nick. If anybody hurts God's children because they have innocence on them, I come after the court. And when I come after the court, I come after them hard. But I don't, for everyone that else has been going through shit, it's the sin of your parents. It is the sin of you that you've been placing through that. Okay, it's not my place to judge, but it's my place to assist. So that is why a lot of people don't really understand that the envelope, right? You got the manila. Never use white, folks, okay? Until you advance.
Okay, so my question is because you said use two versions of that, or you can copy what you have in the envelope and put it in the second version for the public eye. Uh,
Yeah.
uh,
So
what,
what you can do is
does
this.
that include the certificate of live birth? Because it says no copies of that thing.
We're not making copies. What you talking about,
You're
bro?
just making a
You're
photocopy of
replicating
what's
it. You're
yeah
replicating it. You're
replication.
not copying it.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just curious.
Nobody's allowed to make copies. No one is.
That totally made my head glitch when I was like, wait, I've been making copies this whole time. And then you said that. I was like, okay. I'm
Uh huh. When you take you scan that document, right? You got bonded paper. You see why it says on here? Let's see here. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Southworth. This is a 32, I think. Yeah, it's a 24 paper woven ivory. You're replicating it. You're not copying. They try to bamboozle you. This is a 32. Uh, ever watch that movie? You guys have time on Saturday, right? Watch that movie, Christian Bale. Hey, I'm Christian Bale, and this is my bonded 32 pounded business card. That's why business card, bonded business cards, right? It's very important the fact that the business cards, if I carry a business card, they can throw me in jail. You're a chaplain. Where's your business card? I find it kind of funny you don't have a business card. I said, sir, I can't carry a business card. That's advertising, and that's also commercing. I handle matters in the private sector. So, say for instance, I got a business card, right? You're like, here you go. Here's your business card. I don't thank you for your business. No, no, no. That's why I cannot accept business cards. It's a conflict of interest of what a court chaplain does, right? So that's why when you do commercing, they expect you to do it in manila envelope. Never get it from this side, okay? Portrait. Let me write that out.
portrait view.
What's it called? Portrait?
Yeah. Basically like a portrait photo, or what they would call it on your phone when you take a picture with your phone right up. Landscape, yeah. Or
Landscape.
if it's sideways, that's freaking crazy, but that shit's wild to
But
me. This is blowing my mind.
it's not called landscape. It's called scapegoat.
And look, it says port.
Scapegoat.
This is a port of authority. And what's a rate? You're ratting yourself. You're
Dang.
rating. I give myself 1 star. This is called the the top line, right? And that's why you always want to have, what's this called? A clasp.
Mm-hmm.
You can't leave it like this. Why? It's unfolded. Hold on. Sorry, I need to use 2 hands. That's why it's unfolded. It's considered loose. See? It's loose. But when you use a clasp,
You need to get a little phone holder.
it's in my room. I'm kind of lazy. Sorry.
You're fine.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Let me go get my phone holder. What time is it, folks?
4:57 Central Standard Time.
So I got 1 more hour.
3:57 Mountain Standard Time.
3:57. I'm still waiting for a phone call. If I had to go off the phone call, then I do apologize, because I'm expecting a phone call from these very powerful people. They're like, how the heck do you know about these matters, right?
You say this is all in the post.
You're good.
You
We
say this is all in
understand.
the postal manual.
Yes, postal manual. You gotta have to decipher what the postal manual does. Hold on here. I got the amount.
And you said 1956 version?
1953.
53. I'm writing all this stuff down.
Hey, everybody, how's it going? Hey, Tony. We were talking about earlier
Hey, Pete.
about grade levels. What grade level do you consider yourself to be in?
What do you mean by grade level? Because I don't have a grade.
We were on the phone talking earlier about, like, people are learning at all different levels, and some of them are coming onto this live right now for the first time ever, looking at this stuff, and they're being blown away, right? So, like, we were like thinking about what grade level are you in as far as your learning experience and your exposure to this type of information.
Well,
So,
when you, I honestly don't know. The higher the number, the smaller it is. But the lower the number, um, if you want to talk about grade levels versus here, let me show you. There is A, B, C, D, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got stars, right? And then you got Roman numerals. Which one are you talking about? If it's this and this, no. But for grading,
No, I think
I'm
he was talking about like people that are new, that are just learning this, or in kindergarten. We're learning about new colors,
oh,
and then people like you, I would think, are like in college. Where
there's
you're really
there's no
Doctor.
oh, I'm a canon lawyer.
right.
Does that help? You
Yeah,
got
that's what we're
canon.
doing.
Okay, let me break it down. You got proctor. Sorry, you got canon. You got chamberlains. You got theologians.
It's interesting because I went to school in Tampa, and there was a high school named Chamberlain, and then there's a high school named Jesuit. It's kind of
Proctor.
interesting.
I'm almost happy that you misinterpreted my question because I love the way that I love your perspective on things, man. I just watch you go. I'm just like, I'll say something really strange and I'll just say, here you go, Tony, go.
Oh, it just in my mind. Like I said, I flunked English 2 years and I got held back. I didn't graduate high school, right?
Yep, me too,
High
dude. I
school
did
is
the
the
same
highest
thing.
academic level, right? And I was raised a white hat in the Catholic Church, which is the guys that are against the Jesuits. And so I did not know that the Jesuits created all these titles, right? Um, Now let me get this thing done for you very quick. You got canon, chairman, theologian, proctor, then you got that's right, you got wordsmith, and then you got smith. That's why the word Smithlonian, right? That's where it all started from. Then you got canon, you got Chamberlain, and then you have progenitor. You got uh, uh, Eudex. Oh yeah, sorry, Eudex. Then come judges. Then comes advocates. Then comes attorneys. Then comes what's it called? Lawyer. Then comes what do you call those people? Um, Mediators.
And then we're at the bottom with the whale poo.
You guys are right here. I'm up here. Wordsmith.
Most definitely you're in college, if not already graduated.
So it'll instead of high school, it's supposed to be called academy, right? Academics. Then after that, once you master that, then there's only two: university. A collage, right? A college. It's just they try to group all this into one. Whereas university, it is one. Academy, it is of many. It's to find out between a circle and a square, right? So a chamberlain, a theologian, a proctor, oh yeah, mediators, right, and then doctors, esquires.
So tell me what a wordsmith does. What does that do? What do you do?
Wordsmith works with a wordsmith is a person that actually goes all the way back to Atom, right? Adam, and their job is to know what jurisdiction that we are currently underneath, and to know and understand the wordage that you're trying to get from. We have to know what jurisdiction are we talking about here. This is let me find a board. You guys made me waste a couple of paperwork. Just kidding. Let me erase this. But in the interest of time, where's my white? But yes, wordsmith is a person that just sits there and go, why does this word rhyme such and such? So I sit with a group of philosophers, right? Oh yeah, that's right, philosophers and those top dudes. 1 second here. I'm getting you guys a whiteboard. I'm not teaching. Remember, this is all for education purposes only. I'm just doodling. I'm just graphing. There you go. Whiteboard. Put all my pens away. Can anybody still hear me? It's so quiet.
Yes, we're
Oh,
waiting.
we're here. We're good.
I'm watching. I'm listening.
You guys actually see me in action, right? Not a lot of people normally see me in action like this, and when they do, they're like, "What the heck are you doing?" I'm coming up with a diabolical plan to take over the world, Pinky. The Pinky and the Boing.
Pinky in the brain.
One is a genius, the other's insane.
My favorite is Rick and Morty.
Oh, that's the modern day Pinky in the Brain.
I
We're
love
all.
Rick and Morty. I love
Oh
them.
shit! Where is
What,
my?
what you read? William said, "Was he finished with the envelope?" Welcome to Tony's brain.
Yes, because that's what you
You'll get
do
back
with the
there.
securities, right? That's how you, yeah, that's how you can get lost into translations. And a lot of you folks, I bet you don't have a letter knife, right?
Actually, do. That's crazy.
A
No, I
letter knife, if you tear, right? Tear. Let me see.
no, I jam my finger in it and rip it down the side.
That just tells me how you are. See, how do I know my neighborhood are doing well? Does anyone know? How can I tell if how can I tell if my neighbor is a good person or a bad person? It's by you don't tell them whether they're good or bad. You can tell how their mind is based on how they throw things away in their trash cans. Is the lid closed? If the lid's always closed and it's always clean, and you always see them washing, cleaning that stuff out, always every week, that person's very particular, right? But when you see the trash can with boxes not uncut and the lid is halfway open, that tells you something about that person living there. That person's house must be very messy. The bathroom's not clean. Maybe, the bathroom is always the sanctuary or the restroom, you want to call it, or the place is always for the guests, not for the people. The house is for guests. A home is for your own sanctity. So that's why when I go out and I take my trash out, I look at all the trash cans like open, 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 open on these homes. I'm like, wow, the people's home must be very entitled. I'm not gonna work with them. Too much headache. But when I see homes that their trash cans and trash lids are closed, what does that tell you? It tells you the fact that they were homeschooled. They were probably, process of elimination. You're
Private.
not profiling. Private, yeah. So when you tear things, you don't want to tear things because this is a letter, right? What's a letter? It's a court. You always want to use this. By the order of the king, because what you do, it's a letter knife. You knifed it. Because why? You didn't damage it. When you tear it, you damage the envelope. And you can also damage the things on the envelope on the inside. Oh no, you damaged my securities, right? So, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. This is how you send this to yourself. You send it to yourself, and you want to place a letter of a letter of a letter of intent or notice. It's called a superior's notice. Hi, to whom it may concern. Anyone that comes in contact with this, right? You leave it on the outside. You leave the notice on the outside. That's why they always have a window on the outside. They have those, when you send out those packages, they always put a bill of lading. They have a receipt in there. Yeah. That receipt is for what? A notice. Notice. This is from Amazon. Notice. This is a superior notice, right? Superior notice should always be in blue. Where the heck is my marker? There it
They
is.
have really cute letter openers at Hobby Lobby.
But if you guys know, there is Daiso. Take
What's
that
that?
down. It is the Japanese 99 cents version, and they have stuff that is 90% off, cheaper than all the other places. That's where I get all my pens in California. Look it up, Daiso.com. You
Is
got
it like Sheen? Shein Sheen?
it's much cheaper than Sheen, but it's all made in Japan,
Okay.
and it's very cheap, 90% off. Yeah, letter. That's where I get all my. That's where I get all my stuff. Like this stuff right here, $1, and my little pouches right here, they're $1 each. These are my stamp collections. So yeah, you have the superior notice. If you open this, not parcel, but this allodium envelope, you as a policy enforcer will pay 10,000. Just for instance, no dot zero zero. Oh, I'm gonna teach you guys about that stuff next. I don't have my permanent markers. I don't even have my markers. Oh, I do have my markers. So you pay $10,000 without the two dot zeros. That's in silver, right? Unit of silver, US. Or you can charge this thing for $25 million if they want to open any of these envelopes. Let's say, do you want to dare? Here you go. You wanna open this? Because this is made for who? It's made for you to give to the Security Exchange Commissioner. Securities. Post office is the number one. The second one is SEC, Rome. Here's my Lodium title, my Lodium envelope right here. Hello, you got it? You want to play games with me? And you skip 50 bazillion questions. So that's how you do it, Moon. Okay. You put all your birth certificate, live birth. You put everything in there. Inside the envelope, you put your COL, right? You put your COLB. You put your BC, right? You see the number 123 dash year, right? The year you're born, and the hours, minutes, seconds. I think that's how it is. So it's one of those three. Yeah, when you do that right there, yeah, that is your routing number. That is your year that you were born, and that was when you were registered. Registered does not mean registered. Register means to get rid of, is to cut the umbilical cord. Register means to recognize, right? Register. And the birth certificate, right? When they register it, that's when you have the word birth and birth. Big Bertha. It's to toss out. And you got, oh gosh, let's see, COLB, still live birth. Then you got the register of live birth, the ROLB, the COLB, the birth certificate. Then yeah, the registrar live birth, which is your connects to your passport and the card and the ID. There's certificate live birth. Your number right here is your AU. Where's my? So you guys got all of that, right?
I'm following you.
Cool. I got only 40 more minutes until they're gonna call me. So FYI. So there's a difference between this, this, and this. This, this, and this. Oh, my bad. I messed up. You guys know the difference?
No.
Mr. Difficult, you still there? Or Minister Difficult?
I'm gonna change it to MN difficult now. I'm here.
Okay, cool.
Hey,
So
Tony, I feel like the second one that has the line all the way through, doesn't that cancel it?
no, this is the reason why a lot of people don't understand. This is worth 1/10. Yeah, one hundredth. That's only worth 1/10, and this was worth one full. You guys see that? For this to be valid, right? Right here. That's why when you see $10,000,
We can't see your little board. There you go.
how about now?
Yep.
Yes, you're good.
That is what US, unit of silver. When you see $10,000 .00, they trick you. It's United States dollars. You don't want that. It's only worth 1/100th. Okay, let's go bigger, shall we? Um, Now they're trying to make this worth like crap. Worth 1/10. Sorry, yeah. So that's why if you have the original greenback, it's worth 1/10. Now you have the new $100 bills. Let's see if I do. Oh yeah, I do. Sorry, the blower. This is worth crap, but this is worth something. That's silver right there, and this is worth crap. That's worth crap. So what they do? They even got silverbacks. Ta-da! So now these are USD, where this is US. The only thing that is wrong with this is it does not have these. That's why it's worth crap. These are worth crap because it doesn't have any of those signs and symbols, right? The S up here is for digital. They're trying to put us in digital currency, which actually, as a matter of fact, Trump shot it down. We're not going to use that crap. They're trying to put that into a new world order. You're only worth that because this right here is run by who? This is run by the Treasury. These two departments right here are run by the Treasury. This is run by Homeland Security. Why? Homeland Security. For entertainment purposes only. This is Smithsonian. It's like the coin hub, right? Not the porn hub, but the coin hub. Made somebody laugh. You notice right here, that's the Federal Reserve Bank, which is owned by the Treasury now. That's the Black Eagle Trust. That's what we're currently operating in. So this right here, what's the difference? Federal blank reserve notes. So it's no longer federal. It's reserve notes. Therefore, it's considered a note. It's crap. It's one word, Federal Reserve Note. That is considered something. It's the United States of America. That's how you do it correctly, right? But this one goes the United States broken up to of America. That is of the Homeland Security. So it's only worth 1/5. You have to have 5 of these to equal 1 of this. So you're telling me this guy, you have to have 100 of these to equal 1 of this guy.
Wow.
And
Want to see?
is it true that the numbers on there as a serial number, they're actually like one of our socials?
It is and it isn't. It's a foreign number. It's like a CPN. If everyone knows it's a CPN, it's a fake. It's a fake. Like people when they don't fix their credit score, right? They what's the word called? They try to get a CPN. Cat, you still here? Or she's gone.
I'm here.
What CPN stand for again? Can you help me remind me? When credit people try to do the CPN process, It's a number that they can forward, not using your social security number, but they use a CPN number to open up a credit card and all that good stuff. Do you remember?
Privacy number.
That's right. Privacy number.
Or a
It's
certified pediatric nurse, whichever one you'd like.
both. So yeah, those numbers are fake. And so these are all fake numbers. They try to make you think, right? But there's no QSIP numbers attached to it because why? They're forwarding numbers. They are made to forward. That's why post office box, PO box versus post office box. You know, also all these other credit privacy number. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you. Yes, so that's why they try to put these numbers to tell us that this is worth a lot. No, as a matter of fact, it's worth crap. This is worth. So what did I do? I go to bank. Excuse me, sir. Can I get some more? David Copperfield. Um, can I exchange this for $101? What's it for? Oh, I'm just raising some fundraiser for little kids down in school over there. They need some change. Oh, okay, no problem. They give you 100 of these. You're now rich. You are now wealthy. This is rich. This is wealthy. There's difference. Without health, there is no wealth. So Homeland Security is just a federal department. Back in 2008, they created something called the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was to go up against the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, but it backfired. So anyone that is caught going to the airport, you have to do a declaration. Declare. You have anything to declare? You just came back from China. I got nothing to declare. Wrong. Tag. They mark them. They're gonna look at all. You have $9,547.85 worth of our money. Why didn't you not declare that? Now, because you lied about the fake money that we gave you, we're gonna now confiscate it. Have a nice day. Bye. That's why you start hearing all these news and everybody out there going. But then you go, I got stamps. I'm collecting stamps, right, and all that stuff. They're like, okay, you can go. Have a nice day. Bye. So they're just pretty much going after people who have fake money, fake currency, right? So going back to the signs and symbols, right? The sign is more important. Do you know why a lot of our checks don't work? Is because we have numbers. Do you know the Romans back then? They had to create their own system, their own checks. It was the Romans who created checks. You guys, I bet you guys didn't know that. We go $300, right? We all know it's 300. Or was it 300, right? Or what was it? X, X, X. 1, 2, 3. $300. Which one's worth more, right? This one was unit of silver. That's why everything was in silver. Actually, as a matter of fact, I think I have one right here. Lo and behold, I'm a Smithsonian myself. Just kidding. Oh, man, that's what happens when you get out of bed. Hey, look at that. Penny, dime, nickelback. Awesome, awesome band. I love them. Let's see. Found it. Look at that, folks. That thing right there is worth a home right there, and I haven't told anybody yet. Sorry, Andrew. Hold on. I got a nick. Man, this guy really needs to go somewhere else. He happens to do. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Oh, a dear friend of mine. He's like, kid, one day.
Tony, move your camera to the left a little.
My bad.
You're good. Thank you.
How that? He goes, kid. Oh, there we go again. I keep on moving it this way. My phone is being gay right now. I mean, being happy right now. You guys see that? Right here. This is a coin from the Roman era, and it's so old to the point where I don't even have a thing for it. You see? It has Maxim. Yeah, right there. Maxim. Actually, it's the year that it was a die, right? Die castery. They made a die for this and they went imprint, bam. They had to put a plate on it, right? Bam, they plated it. They like plated it. This thing's right here is worth, I don't know, 20, $30 million USD. And versus this guy right here, Nickelback. No, sorry, this is a Nickelback. This is goes right there. This guy has the indigenous. He goes right there. Wow, I actually do have all three different denominations. So they use Roman numerals, right? And it's made of real silver. So that's why it is unit of silver. Unit of silver. So they did silver and then they did a unit. So then what do they do? Wow, let's not tell anybody. Bam. That's where we got our pesos, or the silver dollar, right? Came from. So that's why when you look at the Fox stamp, the Fox stamp has this. And guess what? I bought them all. And it costs like a $1 Fox stamp will cost close to 70, 80 something, like almost $100 for one. I'm sorry. And then this one, it's from the year. So let's see what year it is. Liberty. This is this one is 1883. So that's why the Romans realized the lower the number, right? It's like, the Romans realized that the lower the number, the more money it's worth. The higher it is, it's worth crap. Because why? They added another 1,000 to it. It's supposed to be 883, but they put 1,883. So the higher the number it goes. And there's a reason why it's facing right and left. Why is it facing right and left, folks? Once you
Directions, east and west.
no, man. It's facing that because it's letting you know the fact that it does not pay homage to Rome. Once you what's it called? What's that saying? What's it? Righty tighty, lefty loosey. So why did Roosevelt, right? Is that Roosevelt? Yeah, he's on a dime. Teddy put us into the Securities Act of 1933, Bankruptcy Act of 1933. It is not the public or the private side. That's the most important side you need to be on, folks. It's the third side, okay? Not this side, not that side. Civil criminal. When he's looking this way, that means you are sovereign. You are king. That's why Julius Caesar, too. He's looking that way, too. And
Interesting.
Lincoln tried to do the same thing, but he would never be on silver. Why? Because he's worth lead. Or not even lead anymore. Because he put us in the damn system to begin with. Let me find a quarter. Quarter of a lifetime. You guys want to read up about this? Go to Smithsonian website.gov. I got my quarterback.
This is
What you get?
this is really good.
Mm-hmm.
So Tony, let's go back to being able to buy a house with that one coin. How would you be able to?
No, because that's what a lot of people want to do, and I'm not going to get to that point because that is something very deadly. That I don't want to get Minister Difficult here to go difficult on us until he gets his thing banned. Not wise. This is a historical moments. Why is the quarters facing this way and that way? This is 2022, folks. My bad. 2022. Yeah. The reason why when the quarter changed, this is because, oh man, we're gonna run away from the queen. We're gonna run away from the queen, right? But back then we were. That's why these folks that stood near them, right? We were sovereign, and then now we try to leave the queen. Well, this doesn't matter. He goes with them too. These four guys. There you go. So as time progresses, Trump came in and he goes, "I'm the exchequer now," and goes, "Give me the keys." And what does that mean? I am going to take back and give back the land to the people. So that's why when you see these quarters right here, we have to pay tax to the queen. He's leaving. He's always having to look behind. And now we're taking the chance. We're now standing. Trump is giving us, what's it called? He's giving us signs and symbols for us to read, right? So this is making our stance now. This is why you're all here in this talk. 94 of you people are currently in this call right now, right? In this education, Smithsonian, is the fact that we are now standing our ground. This is the land. I had enough of your BS, Queen. Oh crap, I'm running. So that's why now you see his other side. And what is it? It's giving you signs and symbols. Back then it says E Peblis Unum. Ah, it's marking the territory. Eagle arms up like that means I am banking. I'm banking. I'm banking.
That's because
E
all
Peblis Unum.
all the countries capitulated.
Yes, because if the eagle, if you see in the court, right, the flag on the right and left, and you see the flag toppers is what they're called. Hey, what's that flag topper called again? The top line. Ah, here it is. Remember that part? The top line, and then the flag topper. Oh, the heck? My bad. So, flag topper. Now let's go over here to the virtual reality machine, the digital space, as I like to call it. Let me go check out the flag topper. Not flagger, flag topper. Man, when I start doing all this stuff, they ban me on eBay, they ban me on Amazon. I'm like, ah, dang it. All right, folks. When you go into your courtrooms, let's see. Adobe, that's a good one. Let's see. Courtroom. Literally, I'm gonna start my own my own warehouse. I'm like, hi folks, welcome to the modern day Smithsonian. To your left is your flag, and that tells you you're done. Courtroom layout, because a courtroom is also a church. When flags, it's getting better. It's all made of wood and mahogany. Let's see here, flags, courtroom flags. Aha, even better. Okay, folks, now do you see this right here? Let me see. When you see that type of flag, it's marking its territory with the gold fringe and a gold tassel. And it has to have a tassel. Now, because President Trump is not as the president of the United States of America, they took all the tassels down. Okay? And yet David Wynn Miller, he took the tassels down. But as court chaplains, we got the silver tassels. Um, Maritime war flag. Yeah, the flag is not supposed to be like this. Okay, right? They got the county flag, they got the state flag, and they got whatever the heck the flag. When you see in gold, it means they're banking. So you're watching all those court cases in Georgia and all that stuff. It's banking. Let's go back to the. I got 20 minutes. Aha! We got the spade. What's the spade? It's also the spear. And the flag topper, right? This is the flag topper right here, folks. If you guys want to understand about the flag toppers, this is called the topper. When there's a ball, gold ball, silver ball means redeem. You can go redeem yourself. Gold means we're banking. Okay? We're going to steal money from your sophisticated trust, whatever. This means you're going to lose a case. I'm sorry. This is marking your territory. That's right. Marking your territory. It's a bank. So how do we challenge? You got to go into court with a little mini flag. This is the U.S. United States Marines, right? The Marines always have this one. Why? Because they are the only ones that could capture the flags. That's why you got to have to get federal marshals. Federal marshal is another word for Marines, United States Marine, not U.S. Marshals, not U.S. Marshal. This is the flag. This is the one that I have right now. It's a silver one, a silver eagle. But this one says bronze. I'm sorry, but I have a silver one on top of a ball and with the silver tassel and a gold fringe. Let me see. I use this one. Christian flag. Yeah, we can challenge your venue. I did that. Look at that, man. Look at that. I got the cross on top, right? But my cross is a spear. So as you can see, we got gold tassels. We don't want to do banking. We want to do silver. We want to enforce, right? So you got the ISO in mind. So I try to have silver tassels instead because that's all enforcing. I'm like, I don't give a crap about you. You're this. You're done, right? But to get to that point, you need the provost marshals to step in. Hold it. Now going back to here. Sorry, flag topper. That's the flag. This is the one I have right now. It is an axe and it's a spear and it's made of silver and I have a spade. A spade is different from a spear. A spade's job is to what, guys? To bury the dead, to bury the corruption, to bury the disease. Spades, spades of heart. The heart. They say that the heart is the most powerful. No, it's a spade. So as you can see, that's not how you supposed to fly your flag. This is how you're supposed to fly your flag, not the dollar sign. Aha, that's how you're supposed to do it on a wall, four corner, a court. The pillars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. God created the earth in 6 days. On seventh, they say he rested. No, he arrested the principalities. Now it's a 45-degree angle, right? This is called a flag topper. Is called a standard bearer. Standard bearer. You gotta know the codes. You see all that? That's your. That's the. You see all the arms up, arms. The only arms that was down is the United States Marines. My dad was a Marine and a Navy SEAL, right? So I didn't realize I understood that when I told my dad. He's like, "Oh, you're full of shit." And I'm like, "Dad, you notice that? Why the wartime flag is the only flag that has the gold eagle on there? You can notice you go outside of every single of your court places, you got a flag flying up there. You look at the flag topper. There's no eagle. There's no president. The president has abandoned ship, the vessel, right? Man, we should do that. I really want to get the guy out of Vegas. So yeah, this height right here, he just like freaking footballed himself all the way over and tackled the judge. You're the guy who tackled the judge? Dang.
Yeah, I saw that one. That one was crazy.
Yeah. So you guys see the court of equity, right? They're like, so this is a communion rail. You go to church, there's communion. The community is out here. This is supposed to be public, right? This is acting. So when there's a clerk right there, right? She's the judge, not him. That is the clerk of court, aka the judges of the hands, the judges of touch, sight, and not hearing. That's why this judge up here is just a referee. He's the spiritual, well, spiritually demonic. And then this one, it's on Masonic, right? You got the you got the, what do you call it, the bailiff. He bails out the yeah, and then depending on the court and depending on the flags, if you ever see a flag, this one is over here with this one, that's just all chambers. You're in chamber, okay? But if you see this flag and this flag split open, that means what? The court of equity. So back then, during the king, right? The king's edict or the kingdom, right? The king would sit right here, and then he's got his left and right advisors. He's like, all right, I don't know everything about my country. Does anybody know about that one village over there? There's a disease going. Sir, this is from my district over here. You are summoned. All right. What do you know about that? They're all their Google. So the document, the paperwork, right? You guys look. It's your court. You got the judge right up here, right? And then you got the left and the right side. That's why you got. What do you have on the left side? You have you, and then you have the creditor or the debtor, creditor, debtor, right? That's supposed to be the creditor, and that's supposed to be the debtor. But they normally put you on here as the debtor, and then they put you over here, and they switch the name as petitioner and respondent, and then they have the defendant and as the plaintiff, or the plaintiff as the defendant. Oh my gosh, it depends on the flag, the position of the flags, right? Man, when I walk into the court and I got rid of the federal judge in LA, they start putting this flag right next to here permanently because I got rid of this flag on this side because that judge, the federal judge, has a stunt double, or they are also known as a double. So there's another person that looks like him. He sits in. This is boring as hell, you know. And then what they do? They're just trying to figure out the language. So there's a language out here, right? There's a language on the inside. There's a language at the communion rail, and then there's a language up here, and then another language. There's 7 different languages, and then the witness and the jury. You know, the jury has 2 levels. Let me see. This is the vestibule, right? If they don't have a gate, the floodgates open. That means what? It is court of whatever the heck it is, a court of record. Now, you guys notice the jury is supposed to be all in one level. That's how a grand jury is, right? The grand jury. And this is how, this is how the tribunal works, right? Because you're the judge and this is the grand jury. The grand jury is always going to be on the back end, never on the sides. They're never sidelining. They're always on here. That's why the 13th jury is the judge, the referee. But the grand jury, right? Jury by trial and trial by jury are 2 different damn things. No one understands. It's your accounts payable and then accounts receivable. So you got your uh, yeah, you got your
Notice
guys over
the
here
blue
in
in that picture.
Admiralty. Correct. You see the floor. You got to look at the floor too and everything.
Yeah,
If
the
I were to take you
floor,
guys on a
especially
field
for
trip,
the jury spot.
man, I'm a great marketer, man. It's like, hi guys, this is your post office right here. To the ground, it is mason, and then to your right, it is concrete, and to the left is stucco. Yeah, you see, gold tassels, admiralty, but silver tassel is enforcement. A yellow fringe is not authorized on the title for USA Code Chapter 1. Why? You all know David Wynn Miller. He took the Title 4. But where does the Christian flag come in? Title 1. Title I, family law. That's why we started this whole thing. The family court is where it all starts. That's why minister difficult. The hard way is what? The family court. The family court is what? The court of record and court of equity. That's why the chaplains are there. That's why the rabbis. That's why the fire marshals. That's why the sheriff's office is supposed to be at. Office of the sheriff. None of these, none of these things. All banking. And I like that. It's gonna play bar open. Where did the bar come from, Nick? If you were here, there's the British Accredited Register. There's another term for it. It is the Banking Associate Registrar. They all come from the pub, PUB, which is where in Ireland, in the Great Britain. You go there to get drunk, so that they can confuse the Book of Life and Book of Death. So you got your tassels, right? You got your tassels and everything. So that's why when the flag bearer, right, back in the war times, flag bearer, and you should have seen that day. I had my other court chaplain. He was holding the flag. I said flag. I said standard bearer, and let's say, look at this fellow, right? He's a bear, right? Bearer, right? But he's also a standard. Standard means what? Standed. He's standing to hold the flag. The flag is what? The flag is a security under Title 15. This, my friend, is a flag. This right here is a court document. This right here is a security. It's a standard security procedure, or also known as what we call it a mechanics operating procedure. The APA, the Administration Procedure Act, or the AMA, the Administrating Mechanics Act. Not a lot of people know about this because it's literally hidden in the BSA, the Bank Secrecy Act of 1933 and 32. So then you see the spades and all these, right? Why? Their job is to go bury the dead of the fallen dead of other countries. That's why they are the bear. But who gets to hold the U.S. flag? The Marines. No one else. Right there is the guild, right? Family court is equity. Yes, it is. The family court is equity. The family court is also court of records too. That's why people don't really understand that who's your equity? Your kids.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
What's the court of equity? How many kids you got? How much did your kids weigh when they were born? There were 4 ounces. Man, that kid, 4 pounds. That kid must be fat. No, he's fat of gold. That kid that weighs 4 pounds of gold is worth what? 3.5 million times 4 times. How much is that? I'm terrible with math. That's 14 million.
They weigh them in pounds and ounces too. That's a key thing.
It's all about money. Remedies.
Yeah, so
Look at
the
this.
weight of your birth is how much you're worth, right?
Yes, the weight of your birth in ounces. Why do they do why do you have pounds, inches, and versus centimeters? Like you got the U.S. standard units, and then you got the global standard units, right? The United States uses what? The global. It's a global settlement. How do we handle this matter, right? So that's why you guys gotta have to know. That's what I was showing Nick earlier. Read the U.S. Government Printing Office Style Manual, the U.S. Printing Office Style Manual, 2008. 2016. It comes after every 8 years. Why? Because it takes 8 years to mature something. So that's why Nick doesn't understand that the fact is, when he was in the court, he is using this. He's using the old. We go back to the 1894 one, right? Which states the fact that for all the affidavits to work, you cannot place a period. Unless you have a bar card or a bar association, then you can bypass that period. Period, like that little dot. Let me go show you. Where's my Microsoft Word? Micro. That's where they made fun of everything.
Most bar attorneys are just fixated on procedure, and it's been embedded in them for so long. that's why they think that people are stupid when they don't know procedure.
You guys can use this, but you guys cannot use this in an affidavit. Don't ever use this in an affidavit, please. You guys don't use this either. Or don't use this either. Oh, wait. This one. A colon and a semicolon. Oh my gosh. But you guys can use this. This is your best friend. Ugh. Oh yeah. Brackets. They're boxes. They're actually not called brackets. They're called boxes. This is now syntax grammar. Oh yeah. I did study all of David Wynn Miller's stuff too. And when you place it in a box like to be or not to be, that is the question. See? Yeah, you can put a period in there. That's fine. But always, always have a bracket because the judge, the Masonic, right? The Masons, the Master Masons, they all know what this is because they all know the codes. So in our life, we don't have a period. We don't have a pause. We are going, going, gone until God calls us, right? For many are called, but few are chosen. But don't put a period in anything. People are gonna stare, so make it worth their while, right? Don't ever judge the book by its cover until you finish all the chapters. So that's why when they see a period in your affidavit, they'll come to a stop. Period. They will stop right there, and they will not read anything else after that, ever. And what's that under, guys? The public law.
I wondered that because I looked
Interesting.
over some of my old documents and I noticed that it would be like, it would say a sentence and then comma, and then it would say something else and then comma, and it was just like this long run-on sentence.
You said it. They created something called a run-on sentence, and this is why I flunked English. Tony, do you ever pause? No. How my mind works. Run-on sentence. They created that thing so that we can do a period. So all my teachers were wrong because all teachers, all professors, anyone that has a master's, bachelor's, BA, all the BS and all that other stuff, they are all attorneys. You guys don't even know about. That's why I never graduated. And how would you graduate? It's because of your reputation. They tried to get your reputation on the line. The public law was the original Freedom of Information Act. Bam. Then they got the EFOA, which is what I'm learning right now as we speak because I sit at the council with FOIA, or FOIA, if you want to call it. Then they have something called Public Records Request. Public Records Act, right? It depends on whatever state that you're a part of. So since I'm California, it's called California. And that is your most powerful tool, folks. If you're in New Mexico, it'll be New Mexico Public Records Act, NPRA or NMPRA, the FOIA, right? And then you got you got this thing. First, you see that how it just automatically did that, right? Then I do this. Bam. And what does that say? First. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Mm,
Uh-huh.
nice.
Oh, folks, is the world flat or is the world round? The world is plane. It's not flat. It's not round. It's plane. Sorry. Plane.
Airplane.
What's a plane? Smooth as a baby's bottom. It's a playing surface, right? It's a playing surface. So if this is the world or the flag, right, and on the UN flag you have we have looking down upon black, right? It's a plane, a playing field. PLANE, play room. It's a room. It's never ending. Yeah, true. But you guys really want to know? This is just my theory or my conspiring theory. If you guys, here is the Earth. It
Information.
is. It's for like I'm creating a story, right? This is here we are. Here that is, and here that is, and here that is, and then there's a yeah. It goes endless. All four corners of the platform. I got 5 minutes, so if anybody does call me, do forgive me, okay? I might have to take off, but I'm just giving you guys notice. So we are right there because God said what? Until we are free and clear from this so-called matrix, He gave us all this right here, so not to please ourselves, but it's to go out and help other extraterritorial, right? Territoriality, it's extra dimensions. These are called dimensions. Dicastery. Dimension. Diversity. Division. Divinity. Domination. All D's. Whatever, the word DIY, right? Or DYE. It's the die that makes the coins. That's why is the coin a circle? Now you guys are trying to play my game now, right? When you look at the coin, it's a plane, right? This is a plane right here. But when you see the coin, 2D, 1D, right? Extraterritoriality, right? Because we're all vessels. It's all connected by water. Now, let me ask you guys this question very quick. When Adam asked Eve, hey, honey, what do you want? Do you want the land or the sea? She's looking out. She's like, you funny, Adam. Of course, I want the sea. Look at this. Look at the abundance of sea. You stupid. You stupid, honey. Okay. Well, let me ask you this, Minister Difficult. Did she choose the sea? Or was it wise for her to choose the sea? Why didn't she choose the land?
It's more vast.
Hmm?
Vast. It's more vast.
It's more vast, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let me ask you this. How do you drink your water?
In a cup.
Okay. So if the sea represents the water, what does the cup represents?
Ice walls. I don't know.
An
The cup
enclosure.
represents the land.
Okay. Okay.
So that's why Eve shall always, that's why Adam will always be the undertaking. What holds the sea up is the water. You go down to the bottom of the sea, pit of the sea, it's land. So therefore, we are always man of land. All and everyone stands into the sea. That's why Jesus stepped on water. He walked on water because he know anything that's underneath the sea is all comes from, we are fishermen, not seamans. So sea of man, right? So that's why the whole world is filled with water, and outside the dicastery and the circle, right? When you look at this bad boy, what does that look like? It looks like in the eye. It's the eye of tiger. It's the thrill of fight. No, it's not. Um, yeah, it's the eye. That's where we are at, and that's why it's all resonating. And so, is the eye circle or is it oval? Pupils. It's the gateway to your soul. The ears are the windows to your soul, right? Yeah. When I saw uh, this right here, for exemption 8, let's take a look. And I got 1 minute left. Before I go, FOIA exemption 8. And they hit this on banking. I know, right? The Department of Justice. I ain't making this up, folks. The Freedom of Information Act exemption, Department of Justice Guide to Freedom of Information Act, is by on contained in or related to examination, operating, or condition reports prepared by, on behalf of, or for use of agencies agencies responsible for the regulations or supervision of financial institution. Hmm. 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 Financial institution. In ruling on particular board scope of exemptions, 8, the Court of Appeals, which is Court of Equity, for the District of Columbia Circuit has declared that if Congress has intentionally and unambiguously crafted a particular broad, all-inclusive definition, it is not the court's function, even in the FOIA context, to subvert with effort. What does subvert mean? Submission, right? The Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit noted that if Congress intended to more narrow interpretations of exemption scope, right? And what they do? Exemption 8 was intended by Congress that has been interpreted by court, not translated, interpreted to be very broadly construed. Oh my gosh, dude. They interpret what we read. They interpret what we read. For exemption 8. Now it's 401. They haven't called me yet. But if they do, I do apologize. 9. FOIA exemption 9. The 9 exemptions are below. Exemption 1. Information that is classified to protect national security. That's a national security. This is a matter of national security. Exemption 2. Information retained solely to the internal, personal rules and practices of an agency. FBI, Fat Boy Institute, or female body inspectors, right? Or federal banker investigators, right? The CIA, NSA, all the A's in the world. Yeah, to protect the national security. Remember the Fighting Club, the movie with Brad Pitt and Edward Norton? Rule number 1, we don't talk about this rule. Rule number 2, we don't talk about rule number 1. And rule number 3, we don't talk about rule number 1 and rule number 2. Exemption 3, information that is prohibited, right? Prohibited from disclosure by another federal law. Information that is prohibited from disclosure by another federal law. So another federal law can come in and trump a state law. Exemption 4, trade secrets. The Secrecy Banking Act, or commercial or financial information that is confidential or privileged. Confidential, public, privilege, private. Driver license is a privilege, not a right. That's why a traveling permit, it is a right. Privilege. Imagine your kid, son, you did such an excellent job. Here's the keys to the car. Have a nice day. But he comes home drunk and crashes the car. You lost that privilege. So confidential means I confine in that this national security, right, is a trade secret. Nick, I hope you're listening, buddy. I ain't making this stuff up. Exemption 5, privileged communication within or between agencies, including those protected by the deliberative process privilege, provided the records were created less than 25 years before the date on which they were requested. Deliberative process privilege, oath of office. Attorney work product privilege, attorney-client privilege, attorney-client privilege, the bar car, the pub. Whoever took that oath to the queen gets all this benefit. You mother, son of a mother. 4, presidential communication privilege. Presidential, the CEO has communication privilege. That's why he has the red and the green phone. Number 6, information that if disclosed would invade another individual personal privacy. What is that? The state of information that, if disclosed, would invade another individual personal privacy. That is what? That is your State of Public Records Act. Exemption 7, information compiled for law enforcement purposes that, what's law enforcement? Ooh, law enforcement are policy enforcers. Policy enforcers, attorneys, all those good guys right there, right? But we are law enforcers. I'm a court chaplain. I'm a law enforcer, not an enforcement. Under 7A could reasonably be expected to interfere with enforcement proceedings. Exemption 7A. This is a proceeding. It will stop the proceeding of the court case. 7B would deprive a person of right to a fair trial. What the hell is fair trial or a impartial adjudication? Man, they use those words so badly. It's supposed to be what? Would deprive a person, no, it's supposed to be a natural being of a right, because a person cannot have a right.
Right.
See? 7C would reasonably be expected to constitute. Would constitute, right? Say con. It's institute, not constitute. And unwarranted. Oh, warranted means what? Is your is your money? It's, we have a bench warrant for your arrest, right? It's a constitute and unwarranted. That is Internal Revenue Service right there. Those are the forms. Invasion of personal privacy. There's no such thing as personal privacy, folks. It's just privacy records. 7D could reasonably be expected to disclose. I'm going to disclose. You don't want disclose, folks. You want closure. That's why it's called TILA or TILD. Let me get back down here real quick. TILA and TILD. Whoops. Truth and lending disclosure. What is truth and lending disclosure? That's the Truth in Lending Act. But I want to know about the truth in lending disclosure. They don't tell you. You see, consumer protection disclosure. They threw it into TILA, but TILD with the D, TILD, right? I want the freaking thing. Okay, folks, if you ever wanted to get that, just always add an asterisk mark at the very end. Let's go to mortgage. Okay. Consumer financing. Truth in lending disclosure statement provides information about costs of your credit. Closing disclosure replaces the final truth in lending disclosure. It's actually the most important one, but they look at that crap, man. Truth and lending disclosure. They put dash. That's for you to know that it's on land. But if they were to take the dash out, then they have to capitalize D. They call it HELOC. More dead or reverse mortgage? No, adverse claims or adverse claims, right? Or closing disclosure. Absolutely can help the Canadians, because the Canadians were part of the Indigenous. There's not Canadians. It's called Canada, right? It's called the Indigenous Tribe Canada. They have a Bloomberg terminal up there. I have to get you in touch with one of the tribes. I forgot what tribes it is, but yes, you can contact Kat for that info, and I'll give it to her. So going back to here, here you go. Reasons be expected disclosure identity. Okay, 7E would disclose techniques, not what's that word that we got? Process. People, we need to throw the process away. Process is a bad word. The only thing you process is the food that goes into your stomach, and then you go out number 2. No. It's called techniques or mechanics, if you want to call it. disclose techniques and procedures or protocols. Protocols, which is free will, freedom, right? Proton, neutron, and electron. Your proton is your conscience. Your no, your neutron is your conscience. Your proton is who you are, and the electron is your free will. Procedures for law enforcement investigation. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. 70 could reasonably be expected to disclose the identity of a confidential source. Confidential source. You guys see that? So let me ask you this, Moon. Who taught you about the UCC one? Who'd you hear it from? Did you read it, or did you learn it from another guy? Knowing you are being very young, right? Um, Maybe you paid someone to help you with that. I don't know. You see, who's that confidential source? And is that confidential source tagged or red tag, or have they been such and such, right? Have they been faltered? What does falter mean? It means that they've been red listed, black listed, gray listed, green listed, blue listed, orange listed, you name it. The confidential source. Like right now, I'm telling you guys all of this right here. I'm a confidential source. Because why? I read through so much darn things. And guess what? You gotta have to know. And I've seen things because I was able to apply these bad boys, and they're like, "Who the heck are you?" Well, now I sit on the board, not the board. I sit on the council seat. Would disclose techniques and procedure for law enforcement investigation. What investigation are they doing? They have to check all of the the Black Eagle Trust, right? All the accounts payable and accounts receivable, or prosecutions. That's a judge, right? Or would disclose uh, guidelines. I'm not giving you guys the guidelines. I'm instructing you all right now, not educating, not teaching. For law enforcement investigation, I'm a law enforcer investigator, or you want to call it a quality controller, right? Or prosecution if such disclosure could reasonably be expected to risk circumvention. Risk circumvention. All right, boys, who the heck exposed this crap right here? We got. So the Freedom of Information Act is a tool for us, we the people, to use against the government, the federal, and all those guys for not following the law, the spirit of the law, and the letter of the law, and the rubrics and law. Ever seen the rubrics? You know what a rubrics is like? One of those little genies.
That makes sense.
That's why canon lawyers, we do rubrics. I suck at this thing. Rubrics cube. You see, these are called rubrics, aka calendars. Rubric, task, rubric. But you put Q in there. A Rubik's cube is spelled different with a K. So it's called colors of the law. Man, I suck at this thing, but give it to a Chinese kid over there. That kid can do it in like less than 10 seconds. Right? But I just smash it Kingdom
Yeah,
Come
I
and I
suck
just
at
tape it
that
over
thing too.
it. So you guys have to understand the jurisdiction of the Manila, the Admiralty, the red, the white is neutral, right? It's actually, this is the law that we are all part of. That's how we look like right now. And that's what we're trying to achieve. But everyone right now is right there. Correct. So,
That makes
yes.
sense.
And that's why in Snowden, right? He hid his USB key in one of these bad boys. And he left the NSA. The NSA is just another group to keep the CIA in their place. So they're the white hats. 7F, okay, would disclose techniques and procedures for law enforcement investigations, right? Prosecutions, or would disclosure guidelines, law enforcement investigation, or prosecution if such disclosure could reasonably be expected to risk circumvention of the law. Your Honor, are you trading me on the stock market? Hello? Are you trading me on the stock market? What are you talking about? I have a QC report. I don't know such things you're talking about, right? Exhibit 8. Information. Snowden is a psyop agent. I'll make sure he hears that. Exemption 8. Information that concerns the supervision of financial institution. Oh, so exemption 4 is what? Trade secrets or commercials of financial information that is confidential or privileged. 8. Information that concerns the supervision of financial information. What? Exemption 9. Exemption 9. Geological. Geological. What does geo mean and what does logical mean? Information on wells. What the hell is wells? It's your estate. It's your where the gold is hiding. Where the geological information. It's information of where the gold is hidden in Puerto Rico or in Manila. What is it called? Manila envelope, not yellow envelope. It's called Manila because it's in the Philippines. Hey, good talking to you again, Bearded. And yeah, you see right here, right there, right there. Geological information on wells. That is the extraterritoriality. That's where how I saw where we truly are. Right there. Oh yeah, you want to see Mars? It's right here. For quality training purposes only. When you guys hear that on phone calls, those are normally folks that are being hired in jail cell, unless they sound Filipino. That's Mars. Yeah, there's yeah, over here is Saturn. Saturn. Oh yeah, over here is somewhere over here is Venus. You gotta get out of this ice wall. And, yeah, maybe I'm just making crap up, right? So,
This
This is
one
dope.
second here.
This is dope, dope, dope.
I think you're a. Oh, he must be
I
on the
know, I
phone.
know, I know. One second, one second.
Yeah.
This is
Sorry about that.
chocolate. You're fine.
Sponsored by LaCroix bubbly water. I wish I wish I can sing like Michael Bublé. Let's fly away. Yeah, so this is from Department of Justice, but if you were to go to FOIA exemption DOI, there's different terms for different things. Ah, here's the go. Most of our stuff are hidden within the Department of Interior. One second. Organization chart of federal government. Here's the go. Un momento, por favor. I love this. Okay, folks, you got the legislative branch, aka the UCC one group. These are the bad guys. Okay, they're called privateers. I want to be very, very important. It looks like that. The Constitution, right? The executive branch. This is the board of governors. This is how it looks. White House, Office of the White House, right? There's a counterpart to all this. Office of the Vice President. Vice means it's a bad word. It's a devil's advocate. And of course, everyone knows the judicial branch, the banking. Bank, 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 bank. This is orders, executive orders. This is your what? This is your legislative branch. This is the privateers. They all come in. This is the Congress. These knuckleheads don't know what the heck they're talking about. Who we should work directly with is these guys by using this guy. not having these guys tell these guys control the citizens. These guys, as nationals, we tell them what to do for us, so that this keeps them both accountable. Down here, you got the cabinet. Ever heard of a cabinet? Why is it called a cabinet? It's like a cabinet inside your kitchen cabinet. Why is a cabinet? Because lawsuit. Let's go back to the very beginning. Hey, here's a joke. What type of hey Nick? What type of suit does a lawyer wear into into a courtroom?
What's
He
up?
wears a lawsuit. It used to be called a lawsuite. Then what do? They drop this. Bam! It's a lawsuit. And then bam! They created executive. And then what do they do with the word law? They put it legislate. Sure. I can't spell. And if they call me anytime, I might have to leave, guys. So FYI, legislature. I can't spell. I'm sorry.
Bro, you're welcome on my live anytime, man. I'm gonna be looking for you soon.
Suit executive. Can I get an executive suite? What's a suite? Let's break it down. Let's go to our black law. Use control find. SUTEE. Non-suited. Nope. A suite of, that's commercial unit. Non-situated. Deep pockets. Non-suited. No, I need extraordinary repairs. Let me find the word suite. Well, the word suite means what? It means it's a room. And it's not a room. It's a what's it called? When you walk into the home. It's a living room. Oh, I'm so sorry. These guys are never leaving. It's a living room with a bunch of rooms. It's a living room with a bunch of rooms, and each rooms is called a division. But later they got rid of that word division, right? And they call it departments. 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 So that's why legislature is a department, not a branch. They tricked you. So it's a living room, right? It's a living room with a bunch of rooms and divisions. So then later, legislature, right? The British, the Crown came in and said, we should drop the E. We should not let people know that there's a lawsuit. And just get rid of the word law. So then we call it suit. So it's called a lawsuit. Trademark that thing, man. Yeah, and then the suit, it is a what? A single action, a single room. It's a single room for a single action. Bam. Single room, single action. What type of a lawsuit, right? Because when they put the word lawsuit, they own it. We own this, folks. We own that. We, the people, own that. But they own this. What type of a lawsuit we talking about, eh? It's actually called. It's not called a lawsuit, and what they did, they never let you know. It's called a wall suit. They would never teach you this crap. Wall Street. It can never be street. It only be roads. Okay, so wall suits, right? What does wall stand for? Let's break it down. And dynamic. I need my second hand. It's like my American Disability Act with one hand. Ugh. Now you guys are in my. Can you guys see?
I'm following you.
Wall Street. Let's see. So wall stands for water, air, land, levels of suits. Wall Street, water, air, liquidated. Liquidity.
Interesting thing, Wall Street is on Waters Ave, I believe, in New York, isn't it?
It's Wall Street first and then Avenue. What's an avenue? Right? So it's levels of suits. So wall suits, right? And we all know wall suits from, like, you probably know the biggest one right now is to keep us at bay is Walmart. I'm not making this crap up. FEMA. Water, air, land. Mart is a prison.
So all the
So
marts are prison.
yeah, it's a prison. It's owned by FEMA. That's why GSA stands for what? GSA bond is owned by whom? The U.S. United States General Service Administration. Hold on, folks. United States Administration. So I wish Lay was here earlier. And if she was, I would have told her why that guy, Balaram Das, Brennan Jackson Jones, his father was an agent. He was a janitor agent. You guys might be laughing your asses off right now. Oh my gosh, it's Jason Bourne. Jason Bourne. There's a movie you guys have to watch. It's called what? Bourne Identity.
Supremacy and Ultimatum as well.
Yeah. I gotta get myself out of the damn system from the GSA. That's when you happens when you work for the government. You did the oath of office and all that good stuff, right? So, Bourne Supremacy.
Well, I'm over here laughing because I know where you're going, Tony.
Yeah, I know. So that's why who holds the bonds right now in all of the prisons? Walmart. The real Walmart is Walmart Prison, which is also known as what? Court. You guys see that? And who is GSA controlled by? Department of Health, Human Services. Here, you know what? Let me landscape this thing. Orientation. Bam. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Let me Today is sponsored by Microsoft Words. Spending all my years in life on this thing. You gotta know this whole thing in Adobe. You guys want to know what the word Adobe means? That's pretty cool too. Yeah, United States United States General Service Administration, GSA. GSA, yeah. So each and every single state, like California, is called the California Department of General Service Administration, General Administration Services, Administrative Services. They try to BS you. So why Walmart? The Walmart right here, which you guys don't even know. BS you. Market of our livestock exchange, which is run by whom? United States Department. United States. Oh, sorry. Department. Is it Department? No, it's not. It's called Security Exchange Commission. USEC. Yeah, that's it. So, U.S.S.E.C. My bad. Don't get banned. U.S.G.S.A, which is GSA. USEC, it is the de jure, which equals land. De facto, which is water. You guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
So because these guys are not the same, let me zoom in it. I'll just keep it in there. There we go. Let me space. Yeah, there we go. Bonds. Yeah. So Walmart right here, and yeah, Walmart Court. I like that. Wicked. Mickey, Wicked. Mine is Tony. Why not? Tony equals why not? I'm kidding, guys. GSA bonds are the standard forms. What was it? Standard form. One second. Their standard form 85. No. What were the standard forms of the GSA bond again, Cat? 95.
95, 96.
Oh yeah, 94, 95, 96, and then the counter, right? You got the counter ones.
Yeah,
Those
but
are
what is for what process? Oh, okay. So I know 90, which is now 9090, used to be the release of lien. Then 91 is release of property. So then it's anything below that.
and you got the
35. There's the 25, 25A, 28.
was it 24, 25, 26, right? One of those. Anyways, there's the optional
25, and then the 28.
28. Yeah, that's right. So let's just give this for instance. This is a GSA bond. Accounts. This is accounts receivable. Release of properties accounts payable. And these forms all right here is controlled by Office of Management and Budget, aka OMB, aka Ombudsman.
So your bid starts at 24, Tony.
Oh, 24.
Performance 25.
Performance bond. Yeah, you got the performance bond, bid bond, and payment bond.
5A.
Payment and what was it? Performance, payment, and bid.
So bid, performance, and payment.
So
No, I'm not locking
Could
it.
you take that, put this on the side of the street?
So you got Wall Street, right? Water, air, liquidated liquidity, right? Which is another word for liquidate, liquid, water, air, liquidating securities. And our first most important security that we have is our certificate of live birth, or technically your birth certificate does not have the routing number and year number. Year and doesn't have your access, your TGA, Treasury General Account number. Oh, whoops. General account. There you go. And that number is like depending on the states, right? I think I have it somewhere. It starts with 101. Let's go down. Let me see, 101. I think I have it. Un momento, por favor. Oh. Hold on here. Where is it? Oh, here you go. I just found it. Ah, I know it. Can you guys see it? State code, Alaska, or that's not Alaska. Yeah, dang it. Shit. Alaska and Alaskia. Alaskia is 101. Alaska is 150. That's the 50th state. Arizona is 102. Arkansas is 103. California is 104. Colorado 105. Connecticut, right, is 106. Delaware is 107. District of Columbia. So these guys right here all made it in the Union beforehand. but they're under the fraud accounts. Florida 109, Georgia 110, Hawaii 151, Idaho 111, Illinois, right, 112, Indiana 113, Iowa 114. That's why when you look at Patrick Devine stuff, he always has 114 on there. Kansas, Arkansas, 115, Kentucky 116, Louisiana 117, Maine 18, 19, Massachusetts. Okay, he spelled that wrong. Massachusetts. Uh, Sorry, kids. 120. Michiganer 121. Minnesota 122. Atlanta, Mississippi 123. Missouri 124. Montana 125. Nebraska 126. Nevada 127. Uh, here you go. New Hampshire 29. Here you go. New York is 131. North Carolina, North Dakota, 133. So Massachusetts, wicked. Massachusetts, this 120. That's your number. Ohio is called Ohio, right? Oklahoma, right? Oklahoma, so it's called. Oregon, Pennsylvania, that's 137. That's Postmaster right there. Rhode Island, and there's actually another one for Rhode Island. I forgot what it's called. Yeah, Wyoming, Wisconsin, West Virginia, and they have the one for international with a zero in front of it for like Puerto Rico and such though. So yes, this is very important. This is where your birth certificate number is. Okay, let me give you guys a sample. Not gonna look at mine. The birth certificate, certificate of live birth, California. County, Los Angeles.
Your internet is like beast, bro.
Bro, it's still slow for me. I still need like 10 gigahertz and 10 gigs.
That's extremely fast for me compared to what I'm
Uh,
used to.
Download AOL. You got mail. Man, where's the number? Trying to find the number. Okay, who cares? This is fine, it's fine. This is a long form, folks. That's a long form. And this is a short form.
Today, for my state.
That's good. You got from your state. Here you go. I got you now. Dun dun dun. Okay, you know what? Vital statistic record state of Texas. Oh, Texas is just like that. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and download this button. Save image. Yep. Aha, got it. Can you guys see?
Yeah.
This is not mine. This is off of Google. You see that? 101. Where is the 101? Someone's having a lot of banging noise. Hey, Sean. Optimus Prime.
Can you mute, please? Thank you.
See, Texas, they changed theirs after certain years, right? So Texas is actually 142, but they switched it on here, 101. So 101, see, they purposely did that because they don't want you to know. It's always at the top left corner. In California, it's up over here. Let's see. California. Your import and export states. Oh, damn it. Aha! Look at how sneaky they are, folks. Let me download. Oh, the certificate of death. Anyways, you see that right there? They purposely took out those 3 digits right there. It's 104-53. That's the year they were born, and this is their code number right there. Dun, dun, dun. And male, right? Not man, white. He's supposed to be albino, widower. 12:30 a.m. is supposed to be 0:30 a, or and such. San Francisco. See, upper lowercase. They look. You don't put a period there from it. You have to spell it out. It's not USA. It's United States. San Francisco. So it's going to a city or town is going to the is going to be placed into the title is going to be owned by Chicago, the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, and then the Federal Bank of San Francisco is going to talk to them for the title, and then you got to funeral direction 350 Masonic. So all this right here is the color of law.
I was gonna say everything's boxed in too.
Not really. You see all this boxes that has it's all falling out. Whee! You can put whatever the heck in there and it still falls out. That's why I would play connect the dots, right? They fall out. Wee certificate. So in here, this is boxed in. Hey, sounds like basketball. Box out, box out.
Box them in.
Box them in, yeah. Well, you see, yeah, that was it. They were 101. That's why date of birth, 1887, right? Widowed, white, female. You're not female, you're a woman. The reason why they put female in here is because there's a difference between mankind and humankind. What's the name of the hospital? You see that? It's supposed to be the address, not the name. So they changed it. Length of stay, 30 years. This one's death certificate. Cerebral hemorrhage due to hypertensive cardiovascular disease, heart attack. This is all words owned by the Department of Health and Human Services. They are also another court. That's why they get to have their own names and numbers. Burial, cremation, inquest. Inquest, folks. Request, inquest, conquest, quest, and what was it? Vanquest. Vainglory. How does that look? The coroner sign off on it. Burial, removal, coroner, MD, medical doctor. Medical doctorese is what it stands for, not a physician. DO9, courthouse, right? A courthouse, not a court, not connected together. If it's one word, then it's the de jure. If it's house, right? It's a courtroom, a courthouse. House is coming from the room. It's where it's currently being parked, right? This is where the certificate is being parked. What does it mean by parked? It means it's placed there. It's parked there. That's why you park your car. And a lot of times they try to trick you with this. REC apostrophe D. What does that stand for?
Well, we think it's recorded.
It is recorded, but it's supposed to be spelt the whole entire thing. They did the whole short version to let you know the fact that they registered it.
Wow.
They registered the date. March is what? 03/11/1959.
Hey guys, I'm gonna try to switch to my phone. I don't think it's gonna end, but
No worries. I'm gonna have to go very shortly, anyways, folks. But I hope you guys enjoy.